Okay, dokie. Let us begin. Which means we click on that and wait for OBS to realize that it is in fact supposed to capture GameMaker. There we are. Welcome, 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 everybody. Welcome to the show for today. As for your daily Swiss weather update, it is, well, it's a weird one, which is to say that there is blue skies with nary a cloud in sight, sunshine all day probably. It's just also kind of pretty cold. But it's not like I have to go outside. Don't gotta, not gonna. Maybe I will, but don't have to. It is, at any rate, a wonderful day, because we get to work on Hit Idle. Hooray! Any day with Hit Idle is a good day. Except yesterday. I was straight up not having a good day yesterday, because GameMaker finally released the update that I felt took quite a while to come out, because I felt last year updates came way more frequently than, well, this version is from November. So it's been a solid 5 months since then. Turns out I should have reconsidered being excited for it. Anyway, well, it happened to break a good bit of stuff. Specifically, under some circumstances, if you have a method that later gets overridden, but the method gets called within another method of the same object that defines it, and don't worry if you don't understand what I'm talking about. It's not required. You don't need it. It's fine. Basically, all that you need to know is that this is something that I do all the time. I do this all the time because that's kind of the core of inheritance. That's why we do this. So something like up here, something as basic as this, defining a function which the child object would then implement, but using that same function in your own code, which is the point of, like, this is super common. This is not an esoteric use case. This is something that you do a lot. This, completely broken. You would have to go through your entire project and make sure that every such reference is prefixed with self in order for GameMaker to correctly resolve it. Because if you didn't, then it would do an optimization and call this function that just crashes the game intentionally. Anyway, it's not important, because though I didn't check whether I had properly made a version control commit before updating, because I figured, well, the new update's not gonna break everything, is it? It turns out it did. And surely, even if it does break everything, GameMaker isn't going to irreversibly change a dozen files throughout my project in non-obvious ways in order to then make the project not supported with older versions of GameMaker. And if it does, then GameMaker will offer a tool to revert a project to an older version, and this tool will function, and it won't just quit saying that it's unable to launch. Right? All of these things will be true. all of these things, surely it won't break everything irreversibly and not be able to fix it. So yeah, I reverted the updates. I reverted back to the runtime that we are used to. And fortunately, though I had not checked last week's changes into Git, into source control, what I did do is I had made a secondary backup, which is now vindicated. What if my first backup fails? I had better make a second one. And that one did work. Went through updating GameMaker mid-development once, we all learned. Yeah, well, see, here's the thing, right? So, I did learn, yes. I did learn, first off, make sure both of your backups are up to snuff and can be restored. Well, what's it? Sorry. This is irrelevant. So, my ISP literally texted me about a bill that is overdue, which is fair, but like, I don't care. We have e-bill these days. I can just go to my bank, say pay this, and it happens. Anyway, yeah, I'm not going to update GameMaker in the middle of a project anymore. At least not without making sure both Git and Dropbox have solid backups. Which kinda sucks, right? Because like, your average project is gonna take a year or 18 months, so at least. Or if you're Toby Fox, your average project is going to take 13 years, which is how long he's been developing on Deltarune, although Toby Fox does have very many mitigating factors. I'm not saying he doesn't. What with the whole family business and making Undertale while he was supposedly also making Deltarune, it's not important. It's kind of a long time to not update GameMaker at all, because this update, yeah, this version, the November version, was a very cool update. It either introduced the new code editor or it introduced me to it, which I like because this is a whole lot more like IntelliJ, and that is really something that GameMaker should aspire to, be more like IntelliJ. By the way, I checked, you can't develop GameMaker in IntelliJ, not yet anyway, otherwise I would. I know that there's like a half-maintained plugin for VS Code, but not so much for IntelliJ. And even if there was, like, the entire point of IntelliJ is that there's a lot of development power behind it to make it specifically a really powerful development environment for Java and Java adjacent things. Well, actually, I imagine it can do pretty much any language you want these days, but, well, the J in IntelliJ does stand for something. It's called Java, I think. So, the point is, it's really good because it's made to be really good, right? I'm sure. Yeah, via GMEdit. I looked at that, or even I used GMEdit for something slightly cursed. I did use GMEdit once, so I have been told that the way that I declare methods is not how you're supposed to do it, but works though, right? As per the manual, declaring my functions like this is supposed to create a global script asset, but it doesn't. The manual lies to you. This is creating a method. This is binding the method to this object, so that works, and very conveniently this reads almost like you would do it in Java. And once I figured this out, it used to be that I had the old syntax. I'd have on, fade, skipped, is, function, right? This, how you're supposed to do it. That's how I used to have it. And but this reads like JavaScript, and it's icky. Also, this doesn't method bind, I think. I think this isn't a method, so you'd have to like go method, self, right? That's way too much effort, that's ugly. So, since I had an entire project full of stuff like this, I downloaded GMedit because it has regex, and I went through the project, and with a handy little regex that I'm a little proud of, I went through and converted every single function call from this form to this one. Because that's a thing that you can do, right? It's pretty simple. You just search for some amount of characters equals function, also preserving parameters, and then you capture this, you capture the parameters, and then you move it around, you replace it like so. That's what I use GMedit for, but I'm kinda, I don't know. GameMaker does what I need out of it. It's the simple of it. But what are we going to do today? So, last week we have made very good progress on the training camps mechanic, which is why I was loath to revert out of that progress, because idiot me hadn't committed that. So, you can pick 2 stats to focus on, and in this week, after the minigame, which I am simply going to click through because it's not important, after the minigame, you all go upstate to Lucky's family's like holiday home. I almost called it a holiday chalet because here in Switzerland, holiday home and holiday chalet is basically interchangeable. But if you're not aware, a chalet is it's a French word for a very specific way of constructing, which is, well, it's super common. It's how you build houses in the Alps, specifically for farming, where you have 2 layers kind of. You have a stone basement, but the basement is open to the outside because it's not so much a basement as it is a barn. It's a barn for you to put your cows in, because listen, up on the Alps, not a lot of stuff grows, and even if it did, what? Like, the ground literally goes like so. What, are you gonna drive a tractor on that? Not fucking likely. So, pretty much the only thing that you can do is you can have animals graze on the grass. Because once you are past the point where a true mountain dweller would call it a hill, literally trees don't even grow anymore because it's too high up, it's too cold, the air is too thin, there's not enough water, so you've only got small plants. So we've got this. The game crashes at the end of the training camp montage, but that's okay because it calls a function that doesn't exist. That part's, well, intentional or accepted in so far. So I would like to finish this because I've actually got a playtest tomorrow in which, no, I don't want to close the project. I've got a playtest tomorrow in which I would like this looked at. Right. That is weird. Where is it? Why did Control N just do that? Because, for context, what I was trying to do is I was trying to open the global asset search. I think Control T, go to is what I'm looking for. Yeah. And once again, I am jet-brained in IntelliJ. The shortcut for go to is Control N, and I am not willing to change it. And besides, like, Control N, yeah, Control N is very comfortably pressable with, well, a single hand. Why are we using such a prime hotkey for start new project? Something that you do once every few months. Why are we doing that exactly? Sure, N as in new, yes, but hotkey estate though. But yeah, as I was saying, chalet, apparently it refers to that specific style of construction of having a barn for your animals and then you build a wooden house on top of it. With some more specifics, more or less. It's not going to be a terribly complicated house because, again, you are at least 1,000 meters over sea level. Anything that you want up there, you gotta bring up there. So it's gonna be a little complicated. So let us... So, but since kind of... I mean, where would you want to go when you already live in Switzerland? The only place that you could go is further up to have fancier sites. So all holiday homes are chalets. Because where else would you want to go? So in my language, the two became synonyms. But they're actually not. And it's a good thing that I looked it up, because otherwise I would have just said it like that. And that wouldn't be terrible because, well, it would establish that Lucky's holiday house is built like that. It's built like a chalet. But first off, that's a little weird and implied to be the other side of the world. Secondly, even calling it that would be weird. But, show. So, let's see. Objects, training, camp, montage. Did I just post my search? Hold on to your hats. No, it's just not called what I think it is. Right, let's locate it. Training camp, training montage. There it is. Doesn't have the word camp in it. So, step 1. I want there to be slightly less time between activities. There we go. Good job. Mark that Jira task as complete. Send it back to the customer. I joke, but sometimes it is that easy. We have... That's what we call a one pointer, which is changing a config value. And it is accordingly quick. Anyway, so show. What do we need to do further? Well, we've got the lead in, we've got the dialogue. Now we need to go out of it, yeah? So I've already prepared the game crashing ending point, which is here. If we are finished, then tell the room handler that we did finish. The point of this will be that it won't immediately advance, but it will, just like the stats increase screen, it will show us a little label. And for that I have just a beautiful little abstraction to show you. So, object room handler training camp. Step 1. Obviously, on montage finished needs to be a function. Otherwise, we're just gonna crash. So, we'll put that right after start montage. On montage finished, we want to go to, I think we can find it, yeah? Where is it? Is it in shared? Yes. Object confirmation hint. So, I have taken the little label at the bottom of the screen that fades in when the game is waiting for your input in order to tell you, hey, click to advance. I've taken that and I've moved that into a little object onto itself, such that I can simply spawn it and, well, then we will honestly, I'm just gonna steal this entire function here. Then we will spawn it. The object has a little timer of its own, so it will fade in. There, I need to give it the proper offset. I don't wanna. Sure, so this should be at the bottom of the screen, so screen height minus, I don't know, 30 times 6. Barring better ideas, just make something. Also, fade time needs to be specified. Well, this is just 1.5 seconds, yes. Sure, I guess. It bears mention that this is the room handler doing this, which is a little achy. I would prefer if the room handler is pure and it doesn't do anything. In fact, you know, we can rethink this. What if the room handler doesn't create the confirmation? What if it is the training montage? For that, it would need to be that this listens to a click. It already does? Yes. It needs to listen to a click. Then, if it is awaiting confirmation, we then tell the room handler to advance. That might be better. Simply because, like, this will work. Yeah, this will work, absolutely no problem. But managing this kind of state, tracking, are we waiting for confirmation, stuff like that, I would have to give the room handler itself a click event. So that's not the job of the room handler. The room handler stays out of the daily business. It simply sets up the room and manages the communication between different components that are not strictly speaking related, in that neither of them created the other. Because by my pattern, you are only allowed to talk to your direct parent and to your direct children. Instances that you have yourself created or been created by. Which, well, for instances where we don't have anything else, that would be the room handler. Anyway, I'm also noting that the training montage doesn't actually register itself as a click listener, for which I'm gonna have to go look it up. Room handler, register global left mouse pressed listener. There it is. So with this is for the accessibility. This allows the room handler to know that the training montage is interested in when the mouse is clicked, or specifically when the mouse isn't clicked, but when we press the spacebar or whichever button you choose to bind left mouse to. I know that speedrunners for the Fallout games have very funny setups, where in New Vegas specifically, the undo function is called unregister, which it shouldn't be necessary, but it's a good idea to call it on cleanup. In New Vegas speedrunning, yep. Actually, this is on destroy, not cleanup. In New Vegas speedrunning, you don't have left mouse click bound to fire your weapon or something like that, because that's kind of a waste. No, instead you have the mouse buttons bound to quick save and quick load, because that is something that you do way more often in that game, which I find amusing. Okay, so we are listening to any mouse clicks that appear anywhere, which is good because, well, the training montage doesn't have a bounding box onto itself. Right. Then we want to say awaiting confirmation is false, such that when we call await confirmation, which doesn't currently exist, we need to steal it from the room handler. It doesn't exist here either. There we are. Once we call this, we set await confirmation to true, and we make ourselves a handy little label that will inform the player if they are waiting for something more to happen, that the game's waiting on them to read the funny flavor texts and then move on. So now let's see. I think the Y offset is fine the way that it is, which means if we click, if awaiting confirmation, then we want to on montage finished. We could also call this like go to next room or whatever, but really all that we care about here is that the montage has done its thing and we want to move on from here. What the room handler actually does with this, we don't care. Also, return out if so. Then, do we care to track this label? No, not really. We don't need to. Yeah. If we want to, like, basically there's no state within the label that we care about, so we don't need to save a reference to it, which is good. I mean, we could save a reference anyway, but there's no point. So let's just see. Thinking right now on how we integrate this. So if you skip it, what will happen is that every single step, it will advance until it can go no further. So advance is called repeatedly until we go here. Then if we are finished, we don't want to go to the room handler just yet. We want to await confirmation. Meaning, I mean, we could bake this into advance. No, because advance is only automatically triggered. Clicking doesn't make it advance any faster. It just changes it into the skipped state where it advances as quickly as it can. Okay. I guess. Yeah. I guess. Let's try this. If it's currently waiting for confirmation, then that means that we are done. We don't need to advance our state anymore. Because when you click, it will go into skipped. It will go into skip mode. It will rattle off all of its flavor text really fast. Then it'll go into the awaiting confirmation state. And from there, it doesn't care anymore. It's just waiting for you to click, which is handled here. Excellent. Let us give this a try. You know, last week I had the silly idea that every time I press compile and test, I would put up a prediction like, what's going to be the results? Is it going to work flawlessly? Is it going to work but with minor issues? Is it going to crash, or is it going to do something completely unexpected? Vote on your devices? No. I don't think we're going to be doing that, to be perfectly honest. So. Thank you, butterfly. But I don't need your dialogue right now. There, it's like that. You can click to advance. I think this is a good time. 1.2 seconds. But I have made one mistake. The correct answer was, it is going to largely work, but crash. Right. Obviously, referencing variables that don't exist is going to be a bad time. I am further going to not implement this right now, though really there's no reason not to. Because all that I need out of here is I need to, when the montage is finished, I want to create fade in, fade out with default parameters. I want to keep this, and I want to tell the fade out to set increase alpha with room go to the next room. Is that how we do it? Well, we're pretty much copying how the outro fade out works, so let's see that one. Await confirmation. If await confirmation. Right. I do need to remember to actually apply the stat gains that I am promising, otherwise I'm just lying. Right. This transition to next room. Where is it defined? Is it in it's in the minigame room. Handler parent. Yeah. I could move this up, but this references the next room variable, which exists both in the training camp and in the minigames. If we scroll all the way up, it is passed as a room parameter, and it is extracted here. So this is a little unfortunate because there's no common parent that has this. I suppose I could create one, right? Every time you say there's no common parents which could store this functionality, yeah, obviously, that means that you need to make one. But I think easier would be what? Oh, I already had a function to move to the next room. Huh. Anyway. No, wait. Just transition to next room. Yeah. Here it is. Thank you. Additionally. So we need to apply the hype. Well, not the hype, we need to apply the stat gains. Okay. Okay. Yes, by the way, I'm glazing over it a little bit, but this is actually a pretty good pattern that I'm just casually applying here. It doesn't matter much because this is a game and we have specific points when we save and when we don't. But what I'm doing here is I have the entire fade out, but only when we are completely finished with the minigame and we are leaving the room do we apply our stat increases. This means that there's never an invalid state, or if something weird happens like a crash, well, the stats are only increased when you leave the room. It doesn't matter in this instance because even when the stats are increased, they are only saved when you go to the table. So only after everything is done and the new week starts, then does the game save. It does not allow you to manually save. But keeping your state clean in this way is a good idea. In enterprise software, it's a very good idea. But also, if you have manual saving, this is a super easy glitch to exploit in Spore. Yes, Spore also has a speedrunning community. Apply that increases. Just that right now. Spore has speedrunning. Not a lot, but it does have it. And one common trick is that Spore saves, well, it applies some data before other data. If you are familiar with the game, for instance, when you conquer a tribe in tribal stage, you actually get the credit for having conquered that tribe immediately, but the benefits, the new tools, new weapons, new instruments, are not given to you until after the cutscene plays of you having conquered that tribe. Doesn't seem like a big issue, but you can save immediately when you conquer the tribe before the cutscene starts. Then you go through the cutscene, you skip it, and then you quit without saving and reload the game, which means you get put into the reload state just after you conquer that tribe, but the cutscene doesn't play because they don't save cutscene state. Why would they? It's better to just not play the cutscene and assume all is well. Except, as we've just established, part of the data update is tied to the cutscene playing, so if it never plays, you don't get your things. This may seem like something that you have to intentionally do, and you wouldn't do, because it's intentionally gating yourself out of having more tools, but there's actually a reason why you would do it. Because the game only expects you to have instruments that you have unlocked. So if you never unlock another instrument, then you can put the same instrument on all your guys, instead of having to split. So you need fewer guys. And that way the speedrun is able to save quite a bit of time. So, what are we talking about? Atomicity, indivisibility. If one bit of data changes, all of it should change. That is, all of the data that is going to change should be applied at once. But for our first step, let's just see this in action. See this in action real fast. Then we can write the logic to apply stat increases. Because otherwise, you get precisely that. You get disconnected updates, which means you get lost updates pretty easily. It's just easy to avoid by doing everything at once or not at all. Right. Let us see it. Ding 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 ding. Well, it is waiting for me to advance, but it's not telling me that it is. That's weird. No, it isn't, because I know precisely why. It's because the label is off screen, because the training camp montage is in the middle of it. Right. Oopsie. Well, that's bad. That is kinda bad. I didn't mean to actually advance this save. Let's just make a fresh copy of this save and advance it through the weeks real fast. Oopsie poopsie. I do need a save that is going to go to training camps in order to, test training camps. Right. Anyway. And you may think, well, yeah, it's easy to avoid lost updates, and, it's called a database transaction. Yeah, don't do it wrong. It is actually pretty simple to update state, because that's the easy way, right? If you have a thing, let's say you have an idol and you want, as part of a process, you want to increase their... Why is Elf not gaining any stats? Anyway, you want to increase their stats. Isn't it the most obvious thing that you're going to take that idol and you're going to increase their stats? Right? Unfortunately, that means that you get... Well, if you just do that, what if something does happen? What if you need to abort the process that is supposed to increase their stats? Yeah, my girl's really not gaining stats. That is bad. That is something to look at. Anyway. Also, this lays out wrong. Ugh. It's fine. It's fine. What if that process needs to be aborted? Well, you need to undo the changes, which means that gets icky real fast. I think I have a good idea of what I'm doing wrong. Anyway, well, I have managed to restore the testing save as I was yapping. We are going to copy this one again. See, what I did wrong was I assumed we'd be going to a concert, so advancing through was going to be safe. What have I done wrong? Yeah, need to assign the sets. So, one way or another, you need to store the before state of your data anyway, in order to undo it. You need to save the before state. So, oh, that works. And this probably goes to what's definitely the holiday home and not teacher's kitchen with the exact same background sprite. So you need to save the before state anyway, so you may as well just separately save what changed. Now, of course, this brings its own issues, which is what if the underlying data is modified while you're working on this update. In game development, that's not a huge issue, but where I'm from, right, you right click on a thing, you say update this, and then you need to give some more data, so it can take several minutes for it to be finished, and at that point the thing has been changed underneath. At that point you appreciate the work of your backend engineers who made a really clever database framework which figures out what's supposed to be changed, what isn't. Okay. Well, what should this do? This apply stat increases should go through every single idle that you have recruited. It should take the stats that are selected, this is selected stats, and give them an extra 20. I think there is a global constant for that. Training. Thank you. Yes, global training camp stat gain, which I'm going to reference as a constant as opposed to a number, because as we all know, numbers are icky and I want to pretend that they don't exist. Also, because this way I can simply change this variable instead of having to chase down the number 20 wherever it may be and update it in each of its usage points, even if it's probably going to be just this one. I say that, but it's already been used up here, right? So that would already be risky if I just write the number 20 in here, even though it is 20 for now. That would be risky. It is better to use constants. Okay. Step 1. Look at the outro. Look at how we've already solved this. Obviously. Because why make up some other solution that we've already done? See, the problem is that we don't directly have access to the recruited idols, and of course in this case we still don't, because the minigame only concerns itself with the band, not with all recruited members. Also, I have found why the helper is not updated, because while we calculate increased stats and we display them for the helper, what we don't do is actually give them an update, because they are not part of band get members. They need to be manually put in there. Also, I pretty much should... Huh? That's weird. Yeah, but don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. So, this piece of code, which retrieves the members out of the band and patches in the helper if one exists, this desperately needs to be abstracted. So let us function determine band members, and I'm straight up gonna steal that. So there are two things that are important here. One, I can't use the members array directly because otherwise, if I change something about this array, then bad stuff's gonna happen. That change is going to persist. Like, the helper is going to now be treated as part of the band. So that's bad, so we need to duplicate the array to separate it so that we can update this array without affecting the original. Then, if there is a helper, then put him in there. So, our members is determine band members function call. Is this band variable used anywhere else? No. Oh gosh darn it. Okay. So, and get members. This is icky. Well, no, actually, this is precisely why I did this abstraction, yeah? Because, first off, I was using two different styles to code the same thing, which is get the members and also the helper. I just didn't feel like making a separate array here, but by now abstracting this to determine band members, I know if there is a helper, then they will be inside of this array, so I can treat this as it is. I don't need an exception for whether the helper exists or not. Likewise, the original issue, determine band members, there we are. This one, I'm probably gonna leave the way that it is. Also, why do I have a getBand method? Why do I call it? Oh. Great big mysteries of the universe. At any rate, we no longer need it. Not here. I suppose... yeah, ish. So there is a discussion to be had here. You may think that why would you use a getter method from inside the same objects? Like, we have access to the band variable, we can just use it, yeah? The thing is, just like we use a separate getter, because in some cases we might want to change things about it. Maybe, for instance, if you want to move to the private pattern, where band is not actually a member of this object, but it is part of a separate struct, you can then just update the getter in one place and all is well, and from the outside you don't care. The same thing kind of holds here, where I just care how do I get, I just care, grab me the band, where it's stored, I don't really care. Now, when you're using variables of the object itself, it's not so drastic because, well, you're still contained within it, so accessing its variables is kind of okay. In fact, not making a getter for variables that aren't meant to be accessed from the outside is itself a decent idea, because that will communicate if there is no getter, then you're not supposed to get it, so pause off. Keep your filthy, grubby mitts off of my variables. Anyway, what we were doing is something completely different. I just happened to find the solution to an issue. So, we need, well, pretty much, yeah. In fact, I use struct sets directly here. Doesn't this seem icky, right? Because this is a clever struct. This is a struct that I made inside the project. This is, it's not under scripts proper, it is under scripts, aka data structures. It's this. This is an idle. So shouldn't I have idle offer a method to set a specific stat by name? Yes, I should. Because the idle stats are its concern. Right. So that stat with stat name. And well, we can maintain struct set. We can also make a switch. There's not currently a way to set stats directly. There's no set hard. However, I think I am going to go with the switch solution, because this onto itself validates that it is a valid stat. Yeah. If I didn't, then we'd be able to... If I didn't, then we'd be able to set the value or set the stat developers. And then that idle would have a variable called developers with the given value. And I wouldn't know anything about it. If you're doing something invalid, you want to know about it. So, that art value, that image value also make breaks or returns, such that we don't set everything when we want to set art. Set voice, break, in the case of persona, that to this value, and break. There we are. Now we just need to make those methods, but easy enough. Function, set hard, value. This is going to be a number, and hard is value. Or we can even call this underscore hard. Make it a little bit clearer. There we are. Now do that for image, voice, and persona. Hey, by the way, did you know this would be so much easier in IntelliJ? Literally, if you rename a field, or if you rename a function, IntelliJ figures out, you've renamed the function setHard, which has a parameter named hard. Hey, do you want to also rename that parameter everywhere that it's used? Why yes, IntelliJ, I would love to. Thank you for offering. Thank you for making my life so much easier. Anyway. So this is going to be set image. There we are. That's another sin of the father taken care of. And from now on we can utilize that setStat method. However, it is past the top of the hour. It is high time for me to take my first midstream break. So I will be taking a few minutes to stretch my legs, use the restroom, probably grab a little delicious piece of cheese. You guys feel free to do the same, but don't go too far. In a few minutes we're gonna be back and we are going to do the thing that we've been talking around this entire time, which is to actually have the training camp increase your idle stats. Can't believe we finally made it. Gonna run some ads just to make the pre-rolls go away. Don't worry, you're not gonna miss anything. See you in a bit. Okay, let us resume. That should be about over, which is excellent. So, welcome back. Delicious cheese has been consumed. This one came to us from, well, speaking of the heart of our country, the bottom of our values, or maybe the bottom of our country, well, came to us from eastern Switzerland. I'll be honest, it's nothing much unique, but it is quite characteristic, which is to say it's got a strong flavor. It's cheese flavored, a little salty, not very herby. That's good, it's good. As I like to purchase literally a piece of whatever cheese catches my eye every time I'm at the grocery store. Get a bit of a roll too, like so. Okay. Right. Done that. That's all good. Which means we can go to the minigame room handler. And instead of this terribleness, we can go, hey member, set your stat as by the name and by the amount that you shall set it to. Yeah. I remember already thinking at the time that this was a key, but, well, I didn't have this function that we have just created now, and this is, after all, the room handler, so the room handler has special permissions. It's allowed to mess with data, even though it shouldn't. So it was okay, but I'm happy to have updated it now. So, with that, we have returned the sovereignty of an idol's stats onto itself. If, I don't know, if anything's supposed to happen, if we want to set a cap for a given stat, maybe a cap for a given idol. There's not going to be, but this way, instead of just sending data from somewhere and not knowing where, not knowing what's happening, we know if an idol's stats are updated, it's going through this method, or it's going through one of these setter methods, which means we can view and update it here if it needs changing. So, from here, really, all that we need to do is we need to grab each of the idols that is currently recruited, for which, let me check. We can get this from the save data, but I need to be sure that if you can recruit someone, then they are possibly not written into save data before the game saves. However, there's only one idol that you can recruit after training camp start, and it's not during that week, obviously, because that would just be stacking events. So why would I do that? No, instead, training camps start in their own week, so however, we do need to beware not to lose updates. if, for instance, and I know that this is a remote use case, just like calling an overridden function, who would ever do that? GameMaker devs, right? This is a remote use case, I know, but if you have just left a minigame, then your member stats have increased, and we don't want to lose those. So we need to be careful with that, because what is it? In the table room handler, here it is. Yes, the room handler saves precisely once at the start of the day. Come on, there it is. It saves precisely once and transcribes the state of everything, which means up until now everything has just been held in data. Which means, how have we been referencing it? Well, we've been referencing it through referencing the band itself, which maintains a reference to its members. Right here, in the minigame room handler, we pass the band to the minigame room handler, so it's never needed to. Now, we have two options. Because restore from saved data is what I want to look at here. Because recruited idols data is local to the table. It is not locally saved. Thank you, GameMaker, that wasn't what I had selected. I was actually looking for the determine recruited idols data function that you insist does not exist. Ah, because it lives in the parent room handler. Ah, that might be very useful. Well, it might be very useful provided that the save data is kept up to date. However, it isn't. Not until we enter the table. So, what I'm talking about is, it's a common issue in enterprise where you have a database that long-term stores all of your data, all the data that you have, but it's slow. You don't want to query the database every time you do or display anything. So instead you retrieve some data and then you display it, you update it, and at appropriate points you write any updates back into the database. Which means you've got both a persisted database representation of your data, you've also got an in-memory representation. And the in-memory representation is the newest one, which means it is possible, if you just read from the database, which in this case is the save data, if you just read from the database, it's possible that an update that you want to keep has not been applied yet. So, this would consequently be icky because we don't have a reference. But all that means is when we set up the room parameters, which is right here, all that we want to do is we want to add an additional parameter telling the training camp room who our recruited idols are. And you may think this has the same problem here. Luckily it doesn't. Even though we are going to give it our recruited idols as a array reference right now, which could be stale, but it won't be. Recruited idle startup. This isn't the data itself, this is a list of references to the data, which is the in-memory representation. So it is going to be updated as we go. It is going to be updated. It is going to be updated as the idols gain stats during your minigame. So with this, we can now recruited idols is room parameters dot recruited idols. We can take that out of here, and now we can operate upon them. Right, and from here this is super simple. For each of the recruited idols, I want to increase their stats, which means current stat is recruited idols. I dot get stat with a stat name, and then recruited idols I dot set stat current stat plus this down here, global training camp stat gain. Simple as. Further, extract the idle into a temporary variable just to make it a little prettier, just to make it easier to read and easier to reference instead of having to go to the array twice. That's not an issue, it is an insignificant performance loss, but it is easier to read. Now, where will we get our stat name? Very simple. We are going to take this and abstract it into a secondary function. So function apply stat increase. Sure. Stat name. There we are. How are we going to get this stat name? I don't know, magic. No, not a for, I need an is type. Stat name is going to be a string. Well, obviously, we have our chosen stat names as a parameter. Yep, up here in the create event, we were given our selected stats. So, all that we must do is we need to go over each of our selected stats, however many there may are, and say apply the stat increase or selected stats I. GameMaker, please. This function takes one argument. I know because it's right here. I just wrote it. GameMaker, eh? GameMaker sure exists. Anyway. Just to be completely sure, I am going to add a little debug message here for the first run. So, updated idle get internal name from current stat to current stat plus global dot training camp stat gain. There we are. Okay. Let us see this in action, because this is already going to be called as the montage finishes. we apply our stat increases and transition to the next room. And I realize I talked a big game about how Spore does this wrong, how you can gain stats but not actually finish the minigame. Or in Spore's case, how you can gain progress but only parts of it. We also have a disconnection here. Yeah, we also have a disconnection here where we apply the stat increases, but we only create a fade out, which is going to take a second or 1.5 seconds in order to bring us to the next room. So there is still a disconnection there that you could exploit if this game did feature manual saving, but it doesn't, so all is well. Right, thank you Butterfly, still skipping dialogue. Let's see Persona and Heart. Pick a minigame, which we click through. Actually, I have all skip options on, so this is going to go real fast indeed. And it crashed. Because I am a dumb. Yes. Every day I wished we had enhanced for loops. They are so nice. Instead of having to go for I equal to 0 up to the array length of a given thing, access the array, you can just say for each element that is in this array, do a thing, and the reference is already unpacked for you. It's so nice. But I guess not. We don't have that. We don't have nice things. Unless... No, that's silly. That is absolutely silly. I had a small idea, but I don't think you can do what I was thinking of, because macros in GameMaker are less powerful than macros in C. So I couldn't define a macro which acts like the enhanced for loop style. Though it would be very nice if I could. Would be indeed. Anyway, let us also, while we are here, finally finish this. Yeah? Because the training montage lives in the middle of the screen, I don't want to give it an absolute offset, because that's going to very easily put a label off screen. Instead, I want to put a label underneath all of the builders. So, as I do right here, I can take the last builder. Ask it where would be the next space in order to put some text, and with some more offset, I can put the confirmation text right there. So previous builder dot get y underneath text plus builders y distance, and rename this not the previous builder but last builder. There we are. That should work, because everything is relative to wherever the training montage is located. But I will turn off the speedrun setting for skipping transitions, because I would like this training camp montage in order to play out in its entirety. I would like, well, Actually, yeah. Um, yeah, but it's not important. So, this waits for you to click to advance. I'm pretty sure if you have skip transitions on, it actually advances by itself, which is not something that the training montage currently does. But there we are. Doesn't that look beautiful? I would like this to be a little bit further down, but we can do that. It's easy enough. Now, I did not set it to go to a concert after that, so I'm actually gonna quit out right there. Right, increase distance. Let's go, let's test it. Thank you, butterfly. Art, image, go. Any minigame, doesn't matter, I will be skipping through it. As you shouldn't, by the way, because that is going to ruin your learnings. But you can. Okay, one more time. Excellent. There, that's the label where I want it. Perfect. Now, let's try clicking to advance, which froze. Oopsie. Oh. That's interesting. Oh. Sometimes I wish I wasn't dumb. Right. Of course, we need to include the name of which set we want the idol to set. Just giving it a number isn't gonna be terribly useful. But mark down another one for fail fast programming, because, well, this way I was able to know right away, hey, I provided a number where I was expecting a string, and that is not good. That's never gonna work. So I'm glad that the game told me about it. It would have told me like a second later, but as soon as you can figure out that you are in an invalid state, you want to. Let's see, even if I skip this, it silently advances, then shows the click to advance label. And once again, I did not go to a concert. It's okay, I have a safety copy of this. And reading the debug log, it did in fact correctly update all of the idols with the stats that they are supposed to have, including the gains that they had just made during the minigame. So, Butterfly, for instance, as far as her persona, she got to 222 before the training camp, and during the training camp it increased by another 20. Hooray! I am additionally noting that this button outline here fails to contain it. Oh no. That's okay, really. But that's fine. That is a-okay. So, with that is training camps implemented. Well, one more tiny thing that needs to be done. One more tiny thing of polish that is of the type, if I didn't do it, no one would know. But you know me. Even if nobody would notice, I would know, so I want to fix it just to be absolutely positively sure. So, this is in room start? Yes, in room start we want to find our bottom label, and we have already done this. Hooray! Right. The point being, when you go to a training camp, you do so over the weekend. So it would make just about no sense that when teacher also attends the training camp, that they are back in their kitchen for breakfast on Sunday morning. That doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. Consequently, instead of whoopsie, I did a bad, I need to go to a concert, otherwise I'm never going to reach a concert level. Otherwise, so instead of playing it straight and saying this is teacher's kitchen, watch what happens. It will be in the middle of your screen, right underneath this here logo. Okay. For the concert letter, we are at the Porter Holiday Home. That's it. I'm just lampshading it. Just saying, yeah, this is totally the training camp. What I do still need to do is, instead of playing the same exact ambience that plays in teacher's kitchen, I want to think about creating a separate or an advanced ambient track, which includes some noises implying that there's a swarm of idols around you. And, right, 8 teenage girls aren't going to be subtle. They're not going to be quiet. So I want that to reflect that a little bit. Right, but, well, there's training camps. Let us, while we are right here, as we've just noticed, the idle decks, the little buttons, don't fully contain the text. So let us see if we can't fix that. This is right here. It lives in sprites. It's just a little sprite that is drawn on top of the stats, which, for what it's worth, I was told that I should put them there in order to illustrate that, yeah, you can click on these stats and you get a little explanation. I feel that might actually be a little too subtle, because to date, nobody figured it out. Yeah. Nobody done figured it out. So, oops. Oh well. Anyway, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it like so. I'm going to slightly make these harder edges. Why am I also going to make them wider? The thing is, if I make them wider, then that's also not great. Because if I make them wider, then I need to make sure that there's space on the idle decks in order to contain them. And right now they are very much squeezed in between the edge of the idle decks and the descriptive text. So I would love to avoid having to give them more width if I can. Let's see how this looks. Just moving the edge out a little. That should already be good, because this pixel here, yeah, the actual side, the actual site is at a decent distance. So if we utilize the space that we have, and if it comes to it, we could make these rectangles. Yeah. I would prefer to avoid doing that, but we could. Yep, delete this sprite so that we can copy the small one and upscale it. By the way, speaking of, this is 252. That wants to be scaled to, which is a factor of 6. So yesterday was an icky day, what with game makers update breaking absolutely everything and whatnot. But it also was a very exciting day, because I discovered by, well, as they say, Googling myself in my office, I discovered that someone named Happy Maru had posted a gameplay video of a demo. And I was vibrating the entire day. Yeah, this is not terrible, it's not amazing yet. But I think this might do. Well, let's make sure that I'm not going to break my training camp test save again. Let's make sure to make a copy. I did. Excellent. Like, someone I don't know, someone I've never talked to, played my game and they made a video about it, and no, it's awesome. It is. Is this how it feels to be famous? Sure, it wasn't exactly to a world audience, but it wasn't to nobody either. She is a... I wouldn't even say small, like... How do you define small content creator? Real question. Because there is small, but there is also literally 0 to 1 views. That's tiny. But what I'm talking about is slightly bigger than that, having not a ton of views, but double digits. A good double digits. Right, there we are. So she's a small content creator playing all kinds of games. Streaming what seems to be primarily League of Legends. Yeah. It's not for me, but that's okay. It is for somebody. Yeah. Well, the hotfix kind of worked. It also helps that the text is actually cut off. And if you look very closely, you see that there's a corner that clips into the P here when you have a few very wide letters. So really what I should do is I should give this additional width. And I can make that happen. I can make that happen, it would just be annoying. So I am going to leave that be for now. So, we can go to our road to release notes. Fortunately, I don't have to fix all the stuff manually by going through every single object and seeing which functions were or might be overridden. Don't have to put that on here. Okay. Yeah, that's training camps. We have also already given the band name Scraps a shadow. Now we can... We have to make escape artistry mazes. I have to... I don't wanna... but I have to. We can do that. Alternatively, we can take a few small things out of the small thing backlog. Listen. This is easy. This is dopamine. Further, I also know that I have to. Have to. I have to record a trailer. I should have already. Because what's going to be in the trailer is finished. At least it's finished enough that I can record it. So I gotta, yeah? Which means the things that will appear in the trailer would be finished enough, and there's some very visible changes I would like to do prior to that. Such as, well, specifically this one, the line rehearsal jokers. So let's see about that. What I'm talking about is that in line rehearsal, in order to help you for the questions that are a little bit weird, that are a little bit less intuitive, in order to help you with those, there are 3 jokers that you can use. It used to be that this was 3 completely distinct jokers, and it was a lot of work to implement them, and then the explanation just went on for so long, talking about all of it, and it was a mess, which is why I have simplified it. You have 3 charges of the same joker. But having this here is awkward, because what catches your eye immediately is this thing, this big thing. Yeah? This big thing in the middle of the screen that takes up its entire width, sorry, its entire height, which is colorful, and there's text, which means this little Joker's widget on the sides isn't very visible at all. And remembering what we know of our design principles, the Z principle, which is people parse the content on your page in a Z shape, where that's how humans read. You go left to right, and once there's nothing more to read on the current line, you scan down. So it goes left to right, something like this, right? Going over and down. Unfortunately, this takes so much attention that when you're finished parsing the question here, you're probably going to move on to the requirements memo and completely miss this. Which it sounds like I am treating my players like absolute babies, but seriously, that is just how humans work. You're gonna move past this, you're not gonna notice it, it's gonna be beside your focus because, like, you see this big thing and you want to interact with this. So, in order to fix that, we are going to move this Joker's widget at least over here, possibly up here even, because this space down here would be a little crowded, but we can move it to up here perfectly safely, which would reverse the effect. Instead of being somewhere that you don't look and being out of your reading flow, it would be right in it. It would be at the height where you first notice it, and it would be something that you notice, maybe don't make sense of yet, but you notice that it's there, before you are too engrossed with all of this stuff here. Because once you are reading the responses, that's your focus. So, in order to do that, well, it's gonna be pretty simple actually. Just need to, instead of aligning it to the bottom of the screen, I need to align it to the top of the screen with an offset of 3 times 6. Yep, 3 pixels from the top of the screen. It's going to be aligned with the tabbed sheet. And it's funny, currently the tabbed sheet is where it is instead of being more aligned with the left edge of the screen in order to give space to the jokers. But I think we are going to leave it where it is, and instead we are going to use the offset of the tab sheet plus 2 times the joker's line width, plus we need to add an additional offset between the tab sheet and the jokers. Sorry, this needs to be 1.5, and we need to remove the 1/2 from here. Reason being, we start from the left edge. Yeah, we start from the left edge of the screen. Then we want to go to the left edge of the tab sheet, and the tab sheet itself is aligned from its center. So we want to go half its width. But the jokers want to align to the right side of it, so its entire width, plus an additional offset of 4 pixels, plus half of the sprite width of the jokers, in order to find the center point of it. There. That's all there is to that. Additionally, I need to also take this. I need to take this and move it to the explanation. So, Joker's starting X is gonna be this. No, 1.5. I think that's that, yeah. And Joker's starting Y is this. Almost, not quite. The starting Y is actually just 3 times 6, because what I want in this case, I want to draw a box around the entire element, which means what I'm interested in here is I am interested in the very top edge of it, which is just 3 pixels from the top of the screen. And the ending Y is going to be super simple. Starting Y plus that height. You need to calculate 1, but after that, well, once I've got the top of the jokers, I can then just say, okay, now go its entire height, which is going to be its bottom. Easy enough. Note, you might think, why don't you just reference where the actual instance is? We've got bbox top and bbox bottom. Easy enough. Not quite that easy, unfortunately, because at the time that this code runs, that instance does not exist. It is only initialized in room start. And so in order to get our constants, we need to unfortunately recreate where it is, which is a little unfortunate. But since we are only doing this within the same object that creates the jokers to begin with, it's okay. Also, I need to turn off the dialogue skip. Otherwise, we will not be able to test that the explanation is working correctly. Also, there are a few doves outside my window. They have apparently decided that they live there now. Well, not directly outside, but in the vague vicinity of the massive trees that there are outside, as well as vaguely around the buildings. I am noticing... Did my camera just jump? No. No, it's fine. I'm noticing, because I've been watching them a little bit, they are trying to build a nest within my neighbor's sun canopy. Right? Like the little awning, do we call it? That you can roll out in order to have some shelter from the sun. They are building a nest within that rail. I haven't seen it, obviously, but I can't imagine there's a lot of good space for them there. I imagine they have to squeeze. They certainly have trouble flying in there. So that's not great for them. And also, well, that's where people live. Like, what's gonna happen? As soon as they want to sit on the balcony and extend the awning, there's gonna be a problem for the little dovelings. But, well, not my balcony, not my problem. Let's see. Perfect! Perfect! The jokers are highlighted. They are even just out of reach of Butterfly's dialog box, which is something I didn't think about, but it's very convenient that it happened like so. Right. Now this is going to be slightly easier to notice, I would think. We can certainly talk about maybe we want the tab sheet to move over slightly now, but I think it's nice the place that it is now. Okay. Well, that's another quick one. Squeezed out. There it is. Next. All of these, by the way, I got from watching Happy Maru. That's the thing. A user interface is perfect until you add users. If it's hard to understand, then that's all on me. You can say that the user is doing it wrong, but, well, I ain't gonna be there to explain it. Yeah, I ain't gonna be there, so they kinda need to be able to understand it for themselves. So, what's happening here? What I would like to do here is a frequent mechanic is going to be that you dissolve a band and remake it once the hype has worn off, in order to make something that is new, that is a single member has changed. Currently, when a band is dissolved, all of its members are unceremoniously kicked out of their slots, but that is a little bit awkward. It works, yeah. Specifically, you don't want to reform it exactly as it is. I didn't remember it had a band theme. My god. You don't want to reform it exactly as it is, usually. Though, if you dissolve them early in order to get someone specific in a band, you might. But it means that you need to put everyone back in with the new member in place, and I find that's a little awkward. So, what I would like to have happen instead is for them to, well, simply remain within their slots. So, order, object, bad form, company. This is super simple because it's not like, yeah, it's not like they are jumping out of their slots by themselves. They do it because I tell them to. This is code. Nothing happens without being instructed. You might be aware that you're instructing it to do it, but still, nothing happens without your input. So, where is it? Here it is, dissolve band. Which means we... Yeah, don't judge me, please. This is quite literally some of the oldest code that exists in the project, so it's icky. Anyway. Enable and empty all slots. Well, here it is. Do we use this function elsewhere? No. So we do want the photo to become draggable, meaning we want to unlock it, but we just don't want to clear the slot. So here it is. Enable all slots and unlock all photos. Here it is. Now they should remain where they are, which means you only need to make the changes that you want to, and also if you click that button by accident, then maybe I'm thinking a little too hard about this, but this is supposed to be a cozy, cute, relaxing kind of game. So, for instance, one of the design principles that results from that is you are never under time pressure. The game will never rush you. And you always get to think about your answer, and if you find that it's not actually correct, you get to change it. That's the idea. So, as little as this bit of movement, having the photos jump out of their slots, is a bit more startling than I would like out of this game, specifically if you're doing something without realizing what you're about to do. Yeah. Although... need to fix that one. Are you enjoying this? Are you enjoying the music? Need to make sure that doesn't happen. Need to make sure that if a band theme is playing, we stop it. If the band is dissolved. That's okay, we can do that. But now, if you don't mean to do it, then they'll still be there, they'll still be in the slots, which is cool, I think. I need to make sure to update this button's label with intent. Currently, it just always returns to the form band label because it wasn't possible for it to it wasn't possible for there to be any idle in the slots. So it would be like so, and actually the button wouldn't even be visible. But if it were visible, it would want to show the proper label. Which means I suppose. Yeah. We've got the same concept right now. In that if you click dissolve, we don't want to set it to form band, but we want to set it to reform. Yeah? Because after you have dissolved the band will still be in the slots. So you'll always be able to reform it right away. And if you then remove an idol or swap one out and possibly make a new band, the label will update by itself. So, let's see. Where are we doing this? Is it in on band form? I think it is. I think it's not part of the band form. I think it is part of the room handler. No, it isn't. Right, this is just calling up to the room handler to tell it, hey, if we are in the tutorial, then progress the tutorial. Otherwise, update the begin training button and save the game. Because we have just made a change that should be saved if you change a band and then quit the game, we want this to be updated. Which raises the question. There it is. Play band theme. Okay. We can work with that. In fact, we get the reference back. We get the band theme player from the global room handler. We get it returned. So we can store it in our band form. And we can then stop it once we dissolve. So theme player equals that. Initialize this to a no one value at the start. Is no one to begin with. And when we dissolve a band, we want it to stop. So band theme player dot stop. I don't actually know. I don't know what the thing is called, if it even has a stop method, or if it is fire and forget. Let's use fade out. Yeah. It does have a fade out method, which will very quickly have it fade out into silence. And we can then remove our reference to the band theme player. Right, and I have to abstract this. Function fade out band theme. Because it is of course entirely possible for the band theme player to not exist. So fade out band theme. If band theme player is no one, then return. Otherwise, make it fade out and become no one. There we are. Perfect. Perfect, it stopped playback in order to stop the spam. You can still spam the first note, but that's fine. That is acceptable. At some point, there is an argument to be made, should you protect a player from themselves, because, like this, they're only going to be annoying themselves. Yeah? They're only annoying themselves, so... however, to some level, we should prevent them from making the game look weird. Which is precisely this. Right. Right then. That is gonna be that. So let us have another look at this. At this here note. Though I am going to ignore the note telling me that I have to make mazes for escape artistry. I don't have to. Because what we're gonna do is we are going to make slightly more room on the idle decks, which is both simpler and a lot harder than it sounds, because it's not just that I have to make the idle decks as sprite slightly wider. That's not an issue. What I do have to do is I have to make sure that these buttons do not, under any circumstance, collide with the text, which means I also have to make sure that the text alignment is still proper, which would be easy enough because I have done this with consonants. But essentially just that, we need to make it a little bit wider, do all the things, drag all the stuff, you know how it goes. Add additional space for this. Make sure that as we do so, of course, as we do so, we also need to make sure that, like, this thing is where it's supposed to be, this idle decks text is where it's supposed to be, that the photo slot remains where it is. So this is more complicated than it may seem. Anyway, first though, it is time for me to take my second break of the morning. So, same as before, gonna take a few minutes, stretch my legs, probably gonna water the plants on the balcony, which is from a watering can. You guys, feel free to do the same. Gonna roll some ads, because Twitch insists that you play ads sometime, and if I don't, then they will roll pre-rolls, and that is worse. So, you guys, feel free to stand up for yourself. Don't go too far. In a few minutes time, we're gonna be back, and we are going to embark on the seemingly simple task of making the idle decks precisely 2 pixels wider. See you in a bit. Okay, let us continue. A boop and a there. Turn down the music, convince OBS that GameMaker does exist. Here we are. Okay. So, as we've discussed, the idle DEX is right here, which has 3 sub-images. That's wonderful. But that's easy enough. 2 or 6 pixels wide. My goodness, I've just realized. No, there's... Right? Is there going to be any dialogue which highlights the idle text specifically? Yes. Yes, there is. I hate that. Yes, there is. For instance, the start of the tutorial. Welcome back, everyone, by the way. Where are my manners? So, in the tutorial, we create the idle DEX as so. Well, I mean, that's... yeah. That's just that, and it's actually just here. Okay, I guess I can live with that. I can just move this over one. Everything should adjust around it, because I know what I'm doing, so the reason why I use sprite get width so much is it makes this easy. It makes it easy to update a sprite and have everything change around it. As in this case, boop, we can just stitch it together, have everything remain at the same offset relative to it. We can have everything like the friends display / new recruits. The new recruits display is created over here to the right of the idle DEX. I'm pretty sure by the idle DEX. So we don't really need to update that. Now here we need to be careful, because there's the hidden tab or the unselected tab, which, if you've ever wondered, there is a clean way to do this. I could have the idle DEX just have a sprite and then draw the tabs as separate sprites underneath it. Could, but don't. Instead, these are baked in as sub-images of the idle DEX's sprite. Oop, grabbed something I didn't mean to do. But I guess it's good to know that you can resize the sub-image viewer, because I've always wanted to do that. Sarcasm. Okay, grab this. Keep in mind, from now on, even though I made very painfully certain that these icons here, these ones, I made very certain that they are centered within their tabs, they no longer are. They are now very slightly off-centered. And that is something that you and I will have to live with. Once again, not exactly something that anyone would notice if it wasn't pointed out to them. So could I have kept quiet and, as it was, taken this secret to my grave? Yes, could have, but didn't. Okay, 780 is 130 times 6. So upscale it, then go to the object, idle, summary, display. Hello, Mr. D-Boy. How's life? Did you... Right, you were there for Grog's stream yesterday, right? And maybe you've seen it in the Discord where I lost my mind over the... Right. So, if you're not in the know, GameMaker published an update. Hooray! It's been 5 months, so it's about time. Unfortunately, yeah, the basic of it is if you have an object which has 2 functions and one function calls the other, and a child object overrides the other function, the newest version of GameMaker includes an optimization where this no longer works. You cannot override a function after it has been referenced by the object that creates it. If you reference it afterwards, like if you call a function from a different object, that works fine. But if you have some function that the object itself calls, because that's called abstraction, then it is going to use the original version of that function, not the override. You may wonder, isn't this literally the point of overrides, that you can create a function and make an override in a child object? Yeah, it is. It sure is. So this more or less completely breaks existing projects that used inheritance in this way. It's not going to be all games, but basically, if you used methods at all, if you used methods and inheritance, or also in some other contexts, there's another case that I found, but it's kind of esoteric. Your project is at risk, and you need to test very certainly that it's not broken. There is a way to fix it, of course. You can, if you, instead of calling the function directly, you go self.function, so it's like this dot function. If you do that, it's fine. Overriding works properly. It's just, you need to go through the entire project pretty much by hand and fix it. Which is why I am no longer on that newest version. Because that was simply not feasible to do. It would have taken me all weekend, and I would have absolutely no certainty that I've done all of it. So that's annoying. That's a little bit annoying. But fortunately, thank science, I had the secondary problem that apparently I didn't commit last Sunday. So I didn't have the newest state to back up, and I was unwilling to sacrifice everything I had done since then. But thankfully, I keep 2 different backups. I keep Git, and I also keep Dropbox, largely because at the time when I set it up, I wasn't certain that I wanted to fully bother with everything, so I initially used Dropbox as a backup, but it soon occurred to me, we use source control for a reason. So I also set that up. So thankfully, I had the sense to run Dropbox, make a restore point, and then turn it off so that it would stop synchronizing, because when you update GameMaker, it also updates your entire project in non-obvious ways to mark that it's now run with this version, and there is a utility that lets you go back to an older version, which told me that it couldn't start. So if I didn't have the backup, I would be stuck in that version. Very fun. That's why you can't even be bothered using inheritance, just duplicate everything. No! Naughty! Use inheritance, it's easy, it's good. I actually don't know how well inheritance works in Python. I imagine it does. Like, what kind of modern language doesn't have good inheritance? Well, GameMaker kind of has inheritance. It has it well enough. But what we are doing is I am adding 2 pixels to the width of the idle dex. Sounds really simple. But as we know, is it though? Is it though? Let's see. First column. This is the one that I want to modify. I need to make sure that everything is in the same place, relatively speaking, as it used to be. Uh-huh. 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 That's good. Uh-huh. Okay. I think that'll do us. So as for right now, nothing should have changed. Also, did I associate the sprite with it? No, I did not. Oopsie. Oh, no, not objects. Sprite, idle, summary, display. Here it is. I should really rename that to sprite idle dex. Because originally I went with the very formal name of idle summary display, and well, that is what it is. Until it occurred, 2 things occurred to me. One, this is kind of like a Pokédex for idles. The second thing that occurred to me is this game is set in 2004. You know what was really, really big at that time? Well, that was... it was about the Game Boy Advanced era. Actually, the Nintendo DS comes out during this game, and I think I have an article that mentions it in Idle Monthly. So Pokemon kinda big. Yeah, yep, the slot is aligned, perfect. So Pokemon's kinda big, which means all of the idols are super into it. So, in the world, this is called the idle dex. Because of that. Yes, that's the reference. Okay, so we have made some more space for, as you see here, the persona text gets a little bit clipped. And that's unfortunate. Okay, that's good, that's great, that's all working perfectly. Okay, so I need to give it a little bit more space with this button. Because of course the cutesy font that I got for this game is not monospaced. I really should make sure to only use monospaced fonts. If you don't know the difference, in a monospaced font, every character has equal width, whereas in this font, right, you can see it's largely the same width, but for instance right here, yeah, you can see it perfectly here. The D in blood type is further over than the R here in biography, because O is slightly wider than G. So what that means is as these stats change, if we slot in L for instance, Here it fits perfectly, because we are using 126. Whereas with butterfly, 2 is just about the widest number in the font, so it looks a bit icky. Now, would literally anybody notice? No. No, not really. But that's the level of polish that I'm aiming for. Also, by the way, serious actual piece of advice, my friend. Inheritance and perfect abstraction with methods and all that. Everybody's got their style. The most important thing is that it is legible, it is maintainable, and it is the same everywhere, so that you can very quickly tell if you are doing it, then like if you are doing a certain thing, then it would look like this and not like anything else. It's important that you're consistent above being adhering to any given standard. That being said, it is very beneficial to use constants, because instead of having magic numbers, which is a magic number is just some random number being referenced in your code with no context, with no name, and sometimes, sometimes using magic numbers is okay. For instance, for the half pixel offsets, I also just write in 3, and all of my pixel offsets are written with ×6. Sometimes it's okay, but if it is a number that you might want to change, such as where the first column of text begins, you should really make a constant so that you have all your numbers in one place. You can easily view and update them, and if you do change them, then automatically it is changed everywhere that it is used. Yeah? Take this first row number. It is used here, it's used down here, here. It's used down here, it's used down here, right? Imagine if this was just the number 20. What, are you going to do a global search for the number 20 and decide for each one whether it needs to be changed or not? No. No, use constants which simultaneously it allows you to put a name on the number, therefore giving you the context of what it is and what it is supposed to be and what it's not supposed to be. And if you do want to change it, then you just need to change it in one place, not multiple places, and you don't need to chase down all of those individual places, because the compiler will remember it for you from where you have referenced that constant. Which is why even constants that have the same value would often benefit from being different constants if they are not the same thing, right? Let's say once again that, okay, you have made a constant which has the value 20 in it, and that is, well, in this case it's the training camp stat gains. 264 is our number of the day. So you may think, well, got that constant now, so I can reuse that for something else that also should be 20. Well, no. If you're using it in a different context that isn't supposed to be logically the same thing, then you want this to be a different constant so that you can change it by itself. You don't need to treat them as though they were the same thing. In a sec, I'll show you an example. first off. Yeah, that's still not amazing, but that is, I think, acceptable. Yeah, we'll call that good. Okay. Let me show you the best example of this. Here I have the stats column, which is just where the slot is. So I'm literally assigning it not just to the same value, but to that constant. But of course, because of how computers work, I could now change stats column without affecting slot X offset. Though you need to be careful if you're using structs variables. That may not be true. But the point is, I want these to be the same value. I want the stats to be directly underneath the slot. But they are logically something different. This is the stats column, as opposed to where the stat slot is. It happens to be the same thing, but I want to use a different constant so that when I reference the stats column, I have the context. This is the stats column, not the slot. Right? I hope that makes sense. I would like to... Let's try loading this save. Does this put me... Yeah, it puts me where I want to go. Because I would like to test recruiting an idol. This doesn't work, that's good. Going right over here to the very side also doesn't work. It is just on the recruit button that you must click. This won't be a big issue, of course, if the button's a little bigger, then what of it, really? But it is good. It is good having it properly aligned, especially having it not be any smaller than the button, as in... Actually, I think this isn't even... I think this is actually a combination. It's a small object that both is the sprite and the clickable button, so obviously it's always going to be aligned. I'm pretty sure. Where most of the time what I do is I have something that is displayed and I have an invisible little button object above it that you actually click on. So I need to make sure that the two are in sync. Otherwise, the thing visually clickable isn't gonna do anything. Okay, let's see. Done that. Let's see. When I watched Happy Maru's playthrough of about half of the demo, one thing that I noted, which I think she didn't particularly notice, once again, yada yada, Toraka overpolishes his game, we know this. One thing that did stand out to me, that she tried to pick up a note, but first struggled to do so. So, if we... Oh yeah. Yeah, and here's why. Because you can only pick it up by its bobble. That's the technical term. But... unfortunately, what I would like for it to do is the whole note. Yep, this one. This one, I would love for it to just be this bubble here. But for these ones, I would love for it to extend outwards so that you can grab it by this area. Unfortunately, that would also increase the bounding box of the whole node. Let me go to the full-sized version in order to demonstrate why that might be an issue. Now, it might even be that there's nothing to be changed here, but I wanna see. So, take this, move it all the way up here. What I'm concerned about is if you drag these to the sheet, they are now clickable beyond where they're supposed to be. And that's not great. It really isn't. So, how do we feel about this? So, well, I got precisely what I wanted, which is you can now pick it up like so, and even though it's not visually attached to the cursor, that's fine. I mean, notably, if I try to drop it like this, we expect that it goes on the well, this is the C, yeah? Is it? Isn't this C up here? C, D, E, F, G, A, B, H. Sorry. No, what am I saying? H doesn't exist. There's no tone called H. One more time. C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Yes. So we are expecting this note to go on the C. And so it does. But the way that I spawn another note to take its place, it then moves up, and that's a little bit awkward. Besides, like what? The only logical way that you want to pick it up is like so, but still the note moves when you drop one, which is disorienting. Even though it is properly dropped in the correct slot, which means, you know what? I think, sort this. As they say, crumple it up into a bowl, toss the bowl off the table. I think, undo that, and leave it like so. What I could do is, I could make it collision type precise per frame, in which case, oh, this was not intended to work with manual collision. Right. I could make it precise per frame, which would mean that, well, it would then look at the sprites for its collision mask. And even though there's a little hole in here, actually, let's see, did I already do this? Yes. I did a little bit of sneaky. Your eyes cannot perceive the difference, certainly not after it has gone through video compression, but inside of here, this isn't empty. It's not transparency. It is, technically speaking, it is dark black at 1 out of 255 saturation, which would be enough for GameMaker to pick it up. If we, to make an example, if we put this to precise per frame, then you'll note, hey, the collision mask does include the outside, the inside too, which normally the collision mask exactly matches the sprite, but because there's technically there's something there, Oh, now I've made a mess. Technically, there is something there. The collision mask detects that little bit of something. Right, just need to fix this. There we are. So, but I suppose we'll actually keep it because, like, what's gonna happen, right? You might misclick once and then it's gonna feel a little awkward and nothing else happens. By the way, it does make me happy. Every time I watch someone start Hit Idle, it makes me feel so happy for a few reasons. One being, when you begin the game, right, there's this letter, you're naturally curious, you're going to click on it, and you're going to read, and you're going to read, and you're going to read, and just about when you get to this point here, what's going to happen? Butterfly bursts in and interrupts you, and covers the text. That's intentional. We call that ludonarrative, in that Butterfly literally stops you from reading the rest of the letter just about as you're reaching the end. And I have not had one playtester where that didn't work out. It's beautiful. But other than making my indie developer brain happy, well, this also makes me happy, but in a different way. Every single playtester, even the ones that don't know that I'm there, the ones that don't know that I'll be looking, they get creative, right? They go and make real songs here. So that is beautiful. Because I broke my brain for a long time. How can I make the player get creative? Because that's the idea. Yeah? It's like Minecraft, it's like Roblox, I guess. But let's stick on Minecraft. In Minecraft, at the time that it exploded in popularity the first time, there really wasn't much gameplay. As far as gameplay mattered, if you had a box out of dirt blocks, hell, if you dug a 2-block hole in the ground, congratulations, you are now safe from monsters, you have beaten the game. Because all that there was go around, dig stuff up, don't die to monsters, and, well, insofar as there was a insofar as there was a goal, there was really just acquire diamonds, which make cool tools that you can use to do literally the same thing as you were already doing. Hell, initially the Nether didn't even exist. And what about the Nether, really? The Nether contained 3 different blocks. At the time, it was an easy source of lava. It had netherite? No, netherrack is the one that burns eternally. It had netherrack, it had glowstone, and it had soul sand. And that's it. That's nothing else there. So, you know, insofar as objectives that the game gave you, there were, one could say, none. The only objectives you could set yourself was building the largest willy out of solid golden blocks. And by goodness if you weren't going to pull that off. So, the point is, my goal with Hit Idle was to achieve something similar, where the most fun you are going to have is being creative, making your own song, making your own posters. Not because the game strictly tells you to do it, but because you want to, because it sounds cool to you. Which raises the question, I can certainly give you a playground, I can give you the tools to make those songs and posters and whatnot, but I can't make you do it. So how do I make it so that you want to do it, so that you want to have this creative fun? And what I found was it really works well if you are encouraged to be creative for a goal which isn't, however, very restrictive. If the goal is not too specific, and that's exactly why all of the requirements in this game, they will never tell you exactly what you need to do. They will tell you some things of what your solution should look like. You're removing Tutorial Island and making goals? Cool. I'll have a look. Since you'll be on pretty soon after me. Yeah, I'll have a look. But that's also the Minecraft model, right? Minecraft doesn't have a tutorial. Your tutorial is, here's the movement keys, press the mouse buttons, off you go. Hell, it doesn't even tell you that. It assumes that you are familiar with pressing buttons to move and interact with stuff. And its tutorial is, it gives you a series of goals. So, yeah. I mean, I didn't hate Tutorial Island, I'll be honest. I think it served its purpose, but of course, the best thing that you can do as a game designer is to make the player think you aren't doing anything at all. That they are making their own fun, that they are learning by themselves, figuring stuff out, even if you are giving them a lot of help. Like, as a masterclass in this, look at Valve games, especially the modern ones like Half-Life 2. That's really the big one. I'm sure if you search on YouTube, like just search Half-Life 2 Ravenholm, there are dozens, I'm sure, or there are at least some analyses of how Ravenholm tutorializes you and how Valve tutorializes you altogether. I think Portal 2 is overdoing it a bit. Portal 1 is very good at it. What am I saying? Yeah, even if you are tutorializing the player and you're teaching them, if they don't realize that you're doing it, but they're still learning, that is the perfect state that you want to aim for. What am I looking at? Right. I want... I want to crack my voice. I want to go to the poster requirements, because in that way, how poster artistry works is... Sorry if I'm showing you how the sausage is made. You will always have to make, you'll always have to put the band name and the member names on the poster, because otherwise it's not gonna be a great advertisement. And also to check that you actually remember your bands and you're not just clicking through the game without caring. But that means, because the minigame can only ask between 3 and 5 requirements of you, that means that out of all of these pretty requirements, at the start only one additional one is asked of you. So I'm increasing this so that it always asks 2 additional requirements and later goes up to 3, which, by the way, This only affects the tutorial because the difficulty level goes up over time. So know that after the tutorial it will generate 4 requirements anyway, and the first one having just and name and member names and 1 additional requirements was a bit pathetic. So fix that. Right. This is cute, not doing that, not doing this one. That is something that I'll have to fix in the writing department, which is boring. Another quick thing that we can wrap up is in the poster artistry. As you load into the game, you first need to pick up a crayon from the left side in order to draw, which, well, you know, it's not the worst. Certainly isn't. It's quite intuitive, probably, but I want to make it easier. So, 2 things for that. First, I want to, by default, put a crayon in your hand, so that if you haven't spotted them, you can still do the thing initially, and then you'll look around and spot the crayons. That's what I want to do. And secondarily, what's actually more important is it's not perfectly intuitive how to draw in poster artistry. I think a lot of playtesters hung up on this. The intention is, when you load into a new minigame and you don't know what you're doing, the intention is that you're gonna click the question mark button, but I shouldn't rely on that. An option is that as you go into a minigame for the first time during the tutorial, one option is to just play the explanation right away. For a long time I had it set up like that, but that kills the pacing a lot. You want to get to the action. You are in a new room, there's all kind of cool stuff, you want to click on all of it, you want to experiment with it. To then pump the brakes and make you sit through an explanation that also, the big problem is not only does it annoy the player, it also doesn't even work. Because you are hyped and gonna try Minecraft at the start of the stream, get an idea of how it's done. Yeah, try it. Or just play through all of Half-Life 2. That only takes like an hour to speedrun, right? No, but yeah, that sounds like a good idea, because Minecraft has a very good, at least last I looked at it, the achievements or objectives or whatever they're calling it, gave a pretty good new player experience. What am I saying? Right. Not only did it kill the pacing, because the player wants to interact with stuff, they want to, like, they see this weird thing, they want to click on it, pick it up, see what it is, see how it works. They aren't paying attention to the explanation. Straight up, they didn't read it. So then we just have the worst of both worlds. We're killing the pacing for no good benefit. So, that is why we aren't doing that anymore. You're only getting the explanation once you've settled, once you have like parsed what the room is, and you click on the question mark. Now, for sure, Postal Artistry is the third minigame that you go to, but it is simultaneously the only place in the game that requires you to use right click, because simply couldn't do anything else. Like, you need left click to drag stuff around. So, well, yeah. One option is Happy Maru actually called the templates stamps, which isn't inaccurate. Sure, you could like pick them up, and if you click on them on the paper, that actually that's not the worst idea, right? You know, now I'm having a thought. Now I'm having a brain activation. What if they are stamps though? What if we can completely remove right click? Yeah, so you pick up, let's say, too many templates. What if you pick this up, and if you click on it on the paper, you don't drop it. Instead, you draw it. Well, if I had a crayon in my hand, I would. And in order to drop it, you need to drop it outside of the paper, which you want to do anyway, right? I've watched playtesters. They remove the templates from the paper. And then, instead of drawing with right-click freehand, you hold left-click to draw freehand. That would work. That would absolutely work, yeah. Then I would be able to completely remove right-click from this game. And instead, just have it controlled only with left-click, which also removes the jarring difference from having to drag this. Yeah, having to drag it, and you can drop it, but for no real good reason. Instead, you have a thing, you drag it into place, and you apply it. All with left click. As I have taught you, through interaction with the game, up until now, everything is done with left click. Well, so my initial idea was I was gonna put like an icon here somewhere, I don't know where, but I was somehow gonna communicate that you're supposed to use right click to draw, which of course the explanation does mention, if I don't skip past it, she does mention that you're supposed to right click, but as we've established, that's something that you gotta explain. She did, to be clear. We're talking about like 3 seconds until she she got a little confused, but eventually, after a few seconds, she remembered, well, this isn't working, go to the question mark button. But, of course, ideally, you don't need to explain it. Ideally, once again, this is wonderful. Thanks. Genuinely thanks, Mr. D-Boy. Like, by preaching, I have kind of talked myself into the solution to my own problem. That a tutorial that the player knows is a tutorial sucks. If you have to explain it, just like a joke, it's not good. It should be intuitive enough that the player figures out what they are doing just by interacting. Not just because, well, you can't force them to sit and watch, at least if you're not Ubisoft. As we all know, Ubisoft has begun abducting players who get stuck on the easy tutorial levels and forcing them to watch instructional videos. Just like, I don't actually know what the name of that film is, you know, what with the eye openers. Anyway. Yeah, you can't force them to watch it, or while you can force them to watch it, you certainly can't force them to read or understand it. So, two things need to be done. For our poster artistry room handler, it's simple enough. We just gotta pick up the pink crayon at the start. First point of removing friction, instead of having no crayon picked up, have a crayon picked up. I know, groundbreaking. How does he keep coming up with this? Let's see. If left is pressed, set cursor to colored crayon, display is active, set active crayon. Okay. That works. Except it sucks and I hate it. I am going to take this code block and I'm going to abstract it. Pick up. Except pick up is already a function, isn't it? Where does it live? Yeah, it lives with the draggables, so pick up crayon. Sure, it's not going to be a problem if I call the function also pick up, but I would like to avoid having a collision with a function this central. So pick up crayon. And all that's going to do is it's going to set up the cursor, it's going to display itself as active, which is to say it's going to hide itself. Also, this is a redundant function call, I've just noticed. So we can even remove that. It displays itself as active and it tells the room handler, hey, I'm the active crayon now. So do that, please. And just for completeness' sake, even though I'm not going to call this function from the outside, I'm still gonna make it function of crayon. There. Beautiful. So how this works is you can pick up a crayon, you can also put it back where it used to be, and that will unset the crayon so that you can't draw. One could argue about whether that should be possible, but at that point you are intentionally doing it, and there's a little sound and the crayon appears and your cursor changes back, so I think it's okay. By the way, incidentally, I've told this story before, but I used to have the little crayon sprites that the game uses, used to have that as my Windows cursor. Unfortunately, the settings reset every time that the computer is restarted, so I eventually stopped bothering. Unfortunate. Okay, but with this abstraction made, we can now go and take the pink crayon. You are the pink crayon, equal to that. You are also going to be in the list of crayons, and I think it's safe to do so. Well, Then crayon.pick up crayon. Though there is one thing. There's one thing that needs to be done. We need to prevent it from playing the sound if we are still setting up, because I mean, this would be moderately bad to okay. Wouldn't be great. Give it a listen. Right. As it so happens, actually, it plays that sound as part of the room's intro. So I could completely conceal it if I just don't play that sound as part of the ambience, but then I'm making exceptions to exceptions, and that would be awkward. So instead, what we are going to do is well, we're going to stop it from playing. Also, by the way, for anyone here who's curious what game we're talking about with Mr. D-Boy, there it is, go look at it, it's really cool. I am, frankly, I am a little impressed with it already, specifically on the performance front, because I know that you're working on it. Well, Mr. D-Boy might have left the chat, but he is still working on performance, but you can have hundreds of workers working pretty large fields. So, you know, that is a point where performance becomes non-trivial. And keeping up with it all, keeping the scheduling and pathfinding and the whatnot all in order, that does take a decent approach, because if you do it wrong, then you're going to end up with a 15 frames per second mess. So, give him a check, he's making a pretty cool game. Anyway, we've still got stream to do. So, all that I want to do is play this sound effect if there is no active crayon, and there are multiple ways to go about this. The easiest will be to be explicit. So, the easiest way about it is that we are going to have the room handler know that it is currently initializing, and if it is currently initializing, then don't do the thing. So, initializing, let's put that up here, yeah? So, initializing is true. And at the end of here, initializing is false, because we are done, so we want the room handler to behave as normal. Then, when we set the active crayon, we just want to say if initializing return out early. There. This isn't the cleanest way about it, I'll admit. I might even... can I make this cleaner? Wait. No. This is for dropping the crayon. We don't want to do this here anyway. Yeah. So we want to do this. Okay. But here we are. This is much cleaner. The difference being that if you have multiple ifs inside of each other, then it quickly becomes bothersome to track, it becomes bothersome to understand, it just becomes a mess. But this way we have just these small separated if statements that use an early return in order to stop behavior if we don't want to do it. And now we can play or not our pickup crayon sound. So perfect. Perfect. Just right. Okay. So with this we have our default crayon set. I am very quickly going to try it one more time. Purely in order to make sure that it do be working correctly. Obviously, there's no reason why it wouldn't be. But it is better to test it quickly than to assume that it just works. Okay. Right. Out of here, we are going to have to change the poster artistry minigame in the following ways. We are going to have to migrate the right-click held event in order to be left held instead. Except it's not even that, it is just this mouse button left or left mouse accessibility is supposedly difficult to spell. Right. That's all there is to it. So, well, that is what we need for drawing freehand in order to draw with our stamps, templates, whatever you want to call them. We're gonna need some more changes. Not only, of course, do we want them to respond when you left click, like so, we also want them to then not drop themselves unless they are like so, right? I already have, thankfully, logic that checks is the entire sprite inside the paper, like so. I have logic that checks for that and doesn't let you draw otherwise, which means I have the perfect condition. I can just ask that condition, hey, are we fully inside the paper? If so, well, draw the sprite. If so, draw the thing that we are going to draw. So, looking at it now, that logic certainly needs a little bit of help because it doesn't respect the rotation. So I can't draw it like this, even though it would be well and fully within the paper, because it is treating itself as though it were like so. So we can tinker with that logic, but fundamentally we can just ask, is it fully inside the paper? While we are left clicking on it. If yes, then draw it to the paper. If no, then drop it. So, easy enough. That is a thing that we are going to do. First, however, it is time for me to take my last midstream break. Nature is calling to me. So, one more time, I will be going out, walk about a bit, use the restroom. You guys feel free to do the same. Don't go too far. There's going to be a few ads, and when we return, we are going to make that happen, and at that point we can remove the right mouse button from the game. That's how it happens, right? It can be that simple. Right, so see you in a bit. Okay, let us continue. Which means I need to press this button. There we are. Okay. Well. As promised, we want to change the templates in poster artistry such that instead of requiring right mouse button, icky, such that instead we draw them with left click, and such that we draw them with left click. Right. Well, here's our code. Really, that's kind of all there is to it. Though, no, yeah, here it is. And this will be not too difficult to fix either. So, let's see. So here we have the right mouse button click event, and above it is the left press. The good news is this is all the code that I need to change, because how the press space to left click accessibility feature works, how it works is that I'm actually triggering the events. So if I change the code inside the event, it'll be great. Now, let's see. To begin with, if we are not... Wait, this is just inherited. Oh, that's gonna make things a little more complicated. But I don't think it's gonna be a lot more complicated. So what's happening is I have a draggable parent object from which I am simply inheriting this left pressed event. Now we have multiple options here. What we can do is we can adjust the code in here. Well, specifically we could override this event to adjust the code to check, well, are we fully within the paper? If so, do the thing. If not, then we want to yield to this code. We can even do that, yeah? We can say if we are being held over the paper and there is a crayon active, then execute this apply template to paper code here. Otherwise, do the event we've inherited. That is an idea. Alternatively, what we could also do is we could override the drop method in order to make the same distinction, which would save us from having to recheck all this, all that, all this. That would maybe be a good idea, because the only time that we care about making a distinction is if the drop method would be called. Third option is we can override the event, not use any of the inherited code, in no case, and just write our own version. That is my least favorite, because sure, overriding happens instead of extending, but generally if you are inheriting code, then you should use it. And this isn't just because in 1842 the Pilgrims fought for our rights to use code, winning it from the space slugs. Not only that, if I change this code, then I want the behavior to be reflected in this inheriting class. That's the point of inheritance. So I would like to use this code. So I have kind of talked myself into making an override to the drop function. So for this, step one, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to look. Yeah, we are going to have to look at the draggable object and make sure that the drop function can be reasonably overridden. This is because GameMaker is a bit funny when it comes to inheritance. They love, I guess they just assume that nobody ever does function overriding, which is why they felt absolutely no reservations about breaking it in the most recent update. No, I will not be quiet about this. I will stay mad forever. Right, so what I have observed in my testing. What I have observed in my testing is how it's supposed to work is you can, in the child object, you can do this super drop, you can do super drop is drop, so creating a separate reference to the same method, and then you can write your new drop method, which in this case doesn't make sense. It does not make sense because we are still in the same parent object, but that's how you could do it. That's the idea. However, if I then want to call this super method from here, that don't work. Because I'm not sure. Probably the same compiler optimization which broke function overriding in the newest update is at work here, because what happens, even though this is a different method, yeah? First you assign drop into super drop, and then you define drop, and this isn't even executed until the drop function is called. Even though all that is true, this is an infinite loop, because for some reason, in this scenario, drop will, when attempting to call super drop, will find itself. So it will call itself infinitely. And that's no Gucci. So instead you have to do it awkwardly like this from the parent side, which is okay-ish. Worse things have existed. But what that means is you need to make, sorry, let me fix the order here. This one's supposed to come second. You need to make a super method that gets called by the overridden method, because the overridden method isn't doing anything, it's just the original implementation. What this means, I can now safely override the drop method and at a point of my choosing call or not super drop if I want to execute the original implementation. Right, this means that I need to set that up parent side, which means now I can go function drop here, and now I can change how this behaves. I do at some point want to call the original function. For that, I'm actually going to make a separate abstraction if and draw to paper, then do so. then go to the room handler, apply ourselves, and return out. Else, if we aren't doing our own special handling of this case, we just want to do what's object power draggable defined for us. Right. Next, we need to make this can draw to paper condition, which is going to be super simple. It will be both of these things here combined. We don't need to check whether we have the mouse on us or we are draggable, because if we are in drop, right, if we are inside this function, we already know that both of those things are true. So what needs to be true in order to draw to the paper? Well, we need to have any crayon active, and it also needs to be true that we are within the paper. Otherwise, well, otherwise we want to drop instead of drawing. Now, at this point, we can get rid of this event, and I am quite certain that that's it as far as right mouse button. Goodbye. So I can remove the accessibility setting and all that, but we're going to do that later. First, we have made something that can be tested, so let us do so. Whenever you've made something that can be tested, even if it's a small thing, give it a test. Make sure that it is working as you thusly intend. So, if I pick this up, it does get picked up, but putting it on the paper instead of right-clicking results in a draw, and putting it even partly outside the paper results in a draw. Now, that's great. This isn't great. Now, what I could do, the easy way out of this is to simply remove the ability to rotate these. The easy way is to remove the ability to rotate them, because not a lot of players even pick up on that, and it's not like this does anything relevant. You just can do it. Music, you are being way too excited right now. Calm down. Wow, this is... There we are. That was like half a dozen excited tracks all after one another. Right. I could do that, but realistically what I should do is I should make it so that the check, are we within the paper, actually respects rotation. Now, it is possible that this is going to be super easy. That is possible because this has a property. Like, GameMaker obviously has functionality to check something's bounding box and check does it intersect with anything, and those obviously do respect rotation. So that would be bounding box left, right, top and bottom. And if I am lucky, then I have set up my object in such a way that it actually has a bounding box as it appears. This isn't 100% guaranteed because the way that these work, there's not one sprite, or there's not several sprites for all of these templates. Instead, these are dynamically generated. They are dynamically generated out of like 4 corners and a rectangle in order to fit any arbitrary content. And you currently can't see it because I am reading in the debug log myself, but this is very encouraging. We go until we are vertical, then we go back left. Excellent. Okay, allow me to show you. It is over here. This whole series of numbers here. As you rotate the template, its bounding box accurately updates where it is. Which means, instead of having to manually calculate this stuff, like some kind of chump, why would we? We just use bounding box left, bounding box top, then bounding box right, and B-box top. No, B-box bottom. Right, look up the signature. Yes, we expect top left X, top left Y, so that's the left edge, the top, then the right edge, then the bottom, in that order. And how it does so is, well, it just checks, hey, are these coordinates on the paper? Yeah, cool. Okay, that would be, if that works out, be that, I suppose. Which is great. Okay, let's see here. There's also another issue that I would love to address, that I think should be rather simple. Let's see. If I click right here, what's going to happen? Yeah, the bounding boxes are slightly out of whack. You can see I'm getting Charmed Embrace, even though what my mouse was actually on was Golden Virtue. And that is because their bounding box is set up for horizontalness. Yes, and I know why too. Anyway, that's not important. What is relevant is... yes. No, that's fine. That's complicated, but workable. So, it is, I'm going to assume, correctly doing the thing, which is that you can now turn it vertically. However, what also happens is, since we are using the bounding box, now if you are just a little bit over, you don't get to do it, so you need to give enough space to the edge for the entire thing to be on the paper. Now, I could leave it like this, yeah. I could leave it like this, because I am still going to have to do trigonometry to fix that. I would have to work out the rotation, work out how much space there is between the text and the edge of the template, and to some degree there's an argument to be made that we don't actually want that, because, well, different letters have different sizes. I can't 100% accurately tell how big the offset is. I could shrink the offset. That's maybe a good compromise, such that there isn't quite as much space between them. Yeah. Make the entire template a little smaller. That way it'll be less notable. Hello, Brent. How's life? Today is a good day. Yesterday was not. But yesterday never happened. Quite literally. I traveled through time. I have undone yesterday. You are welcome. Oh, that's not Gucci. Well, that's okay. That's fine. Things are going to be okay. Well, that's actually okay, right? Well, it appears that in my time traveling, and definitely, why was yesterday a bad day? Because I updated GameMaker. And you as an experienced game developer are already going to know, bad idea. Worse, I updated GameMaker with only a single backup before I did it. Thankfully I did. Thankfully I made that first backup, so I was able to restore it. I was able to restore the entire thing to before the backup, or before the update, which is good because it appears that if you, GameMaker offers you tools to revert projects to earlier versions, didn't work. Yeah, skip it. I beg you. Skip it if you have a project already in the works. Because they have it tucked away in a little, halfway down in a notice, hey, by the way, we've done some optimizations. The compiler will now optimize function calls when the script can be resolved directly. Note that this does require a change in how you need to code your functions, which use inheritance, and then later get overwritten inside child objects. Meaning, you have function A, which calls function B, and in your child object you override function B before calling function A. Which sounds elaborate, but that's kind of how inheritance works, yeah? That's how overriding works. As you now need to add self dot before function A calls function B. If you don't, that's where the update changelog stops. If you don't do that, then you are going to call function B as it exists in the parent object, which means this update breaks overriding. And that's not an uncommon use case. I did some analysis that I put into Grog's Discord. It doesn't fully break overriding. In most cases it's actually fine, but I think if it's let's see, can we find an example of this? Yeah, something like this, yeah, where we have pickup and which calls remove from slot. This didn't work anymore because super pickup references remove from slot, so if I override remove from slot, as I did, then it will go to this implementation here, because the compiler sees, oh, I know what that function is, that's this function down here, so I'm going to remove the reference by name, and I am just going to insert a direct go to or whatever. So instead of going to the object's struct and resolving the method from there, it directly jumped to this method, and in order to stop it from doing that, you had to basically break the optimization and insert a self dot. Now, to any sane individual, this is a massive breaking change. Well, update now until your game is done. Advisable. At least give it a little time. See if they realize how terrible this is. I found the new update also breaks a bunch of other stuff. It breaks hotkeys. You need to reassign your hotkeys because what they do is apparently they save your hotkeys by their location on the US QWERTY keyboard, which means if you're like, I don't know, not American and you're like me, this is my keyboard. As you can tell, it's got a non-standard layout because I took all the keycaps off. Like, I use the Swiss German keyboard layouts, yeah, where notably Y and Z are swapped relative to the English layout. So all of a sudden, undo became Control Y. Oh, okay. Why wouldn't you save the character code? Why wouldn't you save it as when Control Z undo, regardless of what your layout is? Right. Anyway. So yeah, it broke that. It broke some elaborate stuff also related to functions, I found. And it would require that you go through the entire project, identify these use cases, which it's not every time that you call an overridden method. If I called remove from slot from outside of this object, possibly even from outside of this event, it would be fine. Still, you need to identify the places that may be dangerous and put a self dot in front of it, which is doable. Well, you can use dm-edit and use regex to automatically update all of this, but also it's working now and the update is proving itself real cursed. Are global functions affected? I don't imagine so. I mean, this is only for overriding, right? So I'm defining this function in the methods space of object part draggable. So it's binding itself to this instance, and then for, let's say, object part template, I'm overriding the method. So it's only those cases that can be affected. Still, this is a breaking change that should have never gone live. It should be a massive bug report where essentially nobody goes home until it's fixed or reverted. That's the level we're talking about, because this literally breaks your project until it's fixed. Or until you go through each individual one of these calls and fix them. That's how it should be. It certainly shouldn't be buried in the changelog, hey, we broke overriding. Figure it out, idiot. Like, if it were a bug, that would be one thing. Bugs happen. But that you know about it, and you're just nonchalantly going like, oh yeah, this happens. And you're not putting it front and center exactly, but you're just burying it deep in the parts of the changelog that is just like listing out what they've done, but you're not expected to read it. That is... a choice? Right. Anyway, let's see one more time. Yeah, I like the size of these templates, and So, and I think this is acceptable, that you must have at least this much space to the edge. I could make them 1 pixel smaller even, but I think these look fine. So, but aside from things that make me mad, I am having a great day because I have finished the training camps, which weren't terribly complicated, but it's all integrated and working now. Also, I have had a wonderful idea talking about tutorials with Mr. D-Boy, where in poster artistry it used to be that you can't just start out, you had to first go, you had to notice that at the left edge of the screen there are crayons, you gotta pick up one of them. Now by default it picks up the pink crayon because I've got a bit of a brand going here. Anytime that I think, how should this look? The answer is twee, cute, pink, and with hearts. So it's got that. Also, instead of having to press right mouse button to draw with either freehand or with the templates, you now do it with the left mouse button. It used to be that I specifically moved it to the right mouse button because the left one is for picking up and dropping stuff, but now the templates will check, are they currently over the paper when they're clicked? If so, put it down. Right? Draw what's on the template. If they are outside the paper, put it down. Easy as that. And just like that, the game no longer uses right click, which is great, because that was the only place ever that it was used. At least right mouse. Let's see. Let's make sure that what I'm saying is actually true. Yeah, it was just the templates. So it's now much more intuitive how to draw, which incidentally, I picked this up a streamer named Happy Maru, with whom I have no association, but well, I searched for the game's name on YouTube because that's what you're supposed to do. Keep in touch with your community, see if anyone's making content. Imagine how excited I got when I found that there actually was a video that wasn't made by me. So Maru played through a part of the demo and put it on YouTube, and I could tell watching her that this was confusing, right? Knowing that you had to use right mouse button needed tutorializing, and then here I was evangelizing to Mr. D-Boy about tutorials, about how Valve does it really well in Half-Life, Half-Life 2, Portal 1. I find in Portal 2 they kind of overdo it with the tutorializing, but they did playtest it a lot, so they'll know what they're doing. Valve is crazy about playtesting. Like, you spend Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday implementing. On Friday you have a playtest of whatever you've made so far. Even if it's half a room, there's a playtest. And then there is feedback, and you act upon that feedback. Right, we can toss this, and we can toss that. So, there, Half-Life, Portal 1, Half-Life 2. Specifically, I remember there's a good video breaking down how Ravenholm teaches you to use the gravity gun in ways that you don't realize are a tutorial, which is the best one. Because we don't take you out of the game, and we don't make you realize that you're being sat down and taught a thing. It's you figuring it out for yourself. That's the best. Yeah? That is the best way to do it. And likewise, well, I've spent the entire game. Hang on. First. No, that's okay. Yeah. Picking up a paper ball doesn't draw to the paper. I have, at this point, spent the entire game teaching you that you have things and you pick them up with left click and you put them in slots. At no point has anything other than pointing the mouse and left clicking been needed. So if I break that design language, bad stuff happens. Players get confused. For which, there is the question mark button. She did click that immediately once she realized she wasn't getting anywhere. But it is best if the tutorial just isn't needed. Okay, then because I'm amazing, the accessibility area already updated, with me simply removing the data entry for the right click button. This is all removed, there is no longer a button for that. Okay, excellent. I should probably shrink that down a little. I was maybe a bit excited, but well, here's the Control to Hit title. This is it. It's the entire thing. You have a mouse pointer, you have a left mouse button, and optionally you can use mouse wheel up and down in order to control, again in poster artistry, ironically enough. In poster artistry you can control the rotation of your template. If you want the band name to be rotated a little, or you want to like make a band name and then diagonally around it are your idol names, you can do that. Okay, but that is going to be that. That is very good progress. That has solved a huge pain point that I hated having in the game, but I didn't know a better solution because it literally didn't occur to me to have the template decide whether to drop or draw based on where it currently is. Okay, reading my to-do list. I have taken care of all the easy things, which means yep, that's this. I might want to, I'll want to make a build out of this, right? I will want to make this into an update on the demo. I figured the parts of the game that are in the demo were done, but I figured wrong. Right. On the hunt for more easy things to do so you can feel like you're accomplishing things. Same. Well, I am always on the hunt for stuff that I can do on stream, right? Because a lot of what there is to do is writing, and that is boring. We're not doing that on stream. But, well, what I can do I have actually done some thinking on this. Instead of don't have to do much of writing. Hey, as I mentioned once or twice, or any time that I can squeeze it in, even remotely, I have been a creative writer for 13 years, so I think it's actually the part that I'm good at. Previous project required a lot of it. You understand it's extremely difficult. Well, writing is still difficult. I give you that. I have a lot of experience writing, so I can, I can make something come out relatively quickly, and people do tell me that my writing's kind of good. They engage with it, which is good because, well, I don't have fancy graphics, I don't have huge worlds. If you're an indie game, writing is one of the best ways that you can distinguish yourself. But it still takes a good while, because it's not like I've well, I do produce stuff faster, relatively speaking, but it's like at higher standards. So I still need to put in a very good bit of time in order to produce something that I'm happy with. Have I released any literature or narrative games? Kinda. I will give you this one, which I desperately need to explore and put on itch. But this was my first practice game where I knew that Hit Idle was going to need a dialogue system. So I set out to make a game that had a dialogue system so that I could practice that, right? Incidentally, Hit Idle was also meant to be a practice game lasting maybe 3 to 6 months, and here we are. I've been on this for the past 21 months, since July 2023. But yeah, that's a dialogue-only game, in that it's a single dialogue scene with a tree that has 64 unique paths. No! Can't run it on your Mac, really? You would think that GX Games' entire point is that it is platform independent because it runs in your browser. Well, that sucks. But it occurs to me, I can actually export kern using the browser target. So you can play it on itch in the browser. That'll be good. But anyway, what was I talking about? The holiday training camps? Done. Pretty much that. I have done some thinking about how the ending will work. How the ending will work will be that the evil Professor Kerr will be the final one that you approach. And he will be special, because you need to take care of every other villain before you can attempt him, and you need one heck of a band. 500 butterflies. Might seem like it's just a bit more after 292, but that's not how the math works. Oh, pardon me, I need to write it. Very intentionally, the hype curve goes up very quickly, then there's a peak, and then it drops right quickly. So 500 butterflies is not a small number. You will be able to reach this in the end game. And if you have taken care of every villain up until Professor Kerr, and you have a fitting band, and you have someone who can take care of him, then you can begin a minigame rush, where every single hit minigame will be played in sequence, because this plan needs to be perfect. And the reward for getting here early is you get multiple attempts, because you need to do all of them perfectly, of course. And when you pull it off, the game, well, we go to credits, pretty much. That'll be the end. You're playing Kern. Awesome! Yeah! It's... Incidentally, Kern is me making the most out of a canon that I never made much with. How it works. Oh, it forces you to use the Opera browser again. I swear, on Firefox, it just works. So maybe try that. But I am only telling part of the story when I say I've been a creative writer for 13 years. In that time, I've also written 2 novels, both of which sucked, and a collection of short stories equivalent to a 3rd novel. Some of which has been published online. If you find it, may you have fun with it. I will not acknowledge these works, because 13 years ago, different me. I am not going to delete them, but I would like not to be associated with them anymore. But Kern takes place in a canon that is relatively recent, but I really found that writing, like, effort to reward wasn't there. I could spend a lot of time writing, publish a story, and yeah, I had an audience. Like, I had a pretty good audience. I was king of the mountain there. So people did like me there. But it really wasn't... It wasn't it anymore. And it just took too much effort for me to be satisfied with my own writing. So I made a few attempts, and in the end I acknowledged that writing stories onto themselves isn't me anymore. But with the medium of game around the story, that's something different. That's something that is a very different challenge, but it's something that I enjoy doing too. Am I going to do something productive? Yes, we're going to do something productive. Watch me, because I can yap while doing that, and I can force myself into it. Music is being very dramatic. I could claim that I did so intentionally, but anyway, so the point is that canon, there's an entire world that I made for Kern, part of which I actually also upcycled for Hit Idol, if you can figure out how. But it never really got anywhere, so I made this as a dialogue tree to, well, use what I could out of it and really just make peace with it. So, because I do like the world, I have the entire layout of how the story goes. It's just, it would take too long, and you know, the inspiration isn't there. The inspiration isn't there, and also the audience isn't. Because do you know what really sucks? Publishing books. I tried it, right? It's not like I didn't try. I tried to get a book out there. You're lucky if you're lucky if a publisher will even tell you no, heck off. Most of the time you just don't get a response at all. Because of course there's thousands of people just like you trying to get their attention, so getting in is very difficult. Does Kern have a true ending? No, not really. No, it's just... it's cozy, you can talk about life a bit, and that's it. It really is all there is to it. Why was I leading up to that? But yeah, I had the entire story, but it wasn't gonna lead anywhere, so I never ended up writing it out. So I've just got it in my brain how it would go, how it would have gone. And part of that is in Kern through allusions. It's a little bit of the world. Anyway, so what we are doing here is, this is escape artistry, where you've just performed your special mission, as we call it, and you need to get back to the band. But there are hazards in the way. That's annoying. You need to get rid of them. Well, specifically, you need to make your way around them with a set of helpers. As many spare idols as you brought can each neutralize one hazard. And you do this with poster artistry. You are literally going to be drawing on this with crayon to make an escape path. The problem is, making an interesting labyrinth is difficult, man. Making an interesting labyrinth that is plausible for people to believe that it would be a real building, also very difficult. So let's see, after the cinnamon stick you go to the music club. So what I'm first gonna edit is this one. Right now all of the labyrinths are the same. Now we could do that, yeah. We could make that the way that it is and just make one interesting labyrinth instead of assigning each concert venue a specific labyrinth, when most of the time you're going to see this minigame precisely twice. So the question does bear to be asked, is this even worth doing? Shouldn't we make one that is super fancy and perhaps randomize the layout of the hazards? That's a question to be asked. Because making one that is interesting is well, that's still effort, but it is not effort that we need to repeat. Hey Grog, life's good. I've managed to restore my backup and I have migrated poster artistry to remove the necessity of the icky right mouse button. Yeah. So now the game works exclusively with left click, which is actually really good. Because when I saw another content creator playing part of the demo, she did get a little stuck on that. And the best tutorials are the ones that don't exist, after all. Now I am staring at this labyrinth, trying to summon the well to make it. Yesterday's issue was a bug. What, the one where they broke overriding? Is there an update already? I mean, I freaking hope they made a new update to fix it. I'm still not gonna update. No, I will finish this game in this... Oh, the thing you were troubleshooting on stream. Yeah, I caught a bit of that. Funny that, actually. Self is cursed. Hope is entirely right on that. Do you want me to share another piece of cursed knowledge? Um, let's see. What are you talking about? I'm not avoiding stuff. So I ran into this when I was making current. It's not actual self, it's unrelated. It can be any. Ooh. Interesting. But self is also weird, or maybe it's just struct references that are weird. But have you ever run into this? You have you try if selected choice equals self. Yep. Now, at this point, you are screaming, don't do that. Because that's not what self is for. You should go with ID. And you're correct. Now, I will give you, we are already using GameMaker the way that it wasn't intended. So this if statement should not return true because that's not what self is for. And most of the time it doesn't. If you, like let's say you instantiate this, you go instance create and then assign that into selected choice. Or what I did was for mousing over a menu, like so. Is this gonna break? Yes, because I happened to pick one of the objects that exists in the menu, so it broke immediately. Right. Something like this, yeah? Where you can mouse over and one of the buttons is selected. It doesn't actually work like that in the menu, but you know, for illustration purposes, you keep a selected choice, and then when you click, we do something with the selected choice. Most of the time, asking whether selected choice is equal to self is going to return false. Unless as part of the same event, we have just assigned it. In this case it works. But if we go, like, take this and move this to a different event, it doesn't work anymore. In this case, selected choice does not equal self, even though it refers to the same structs. So that's a little cursed knowledge for you. Don't use self, man. Just use ID or extracts the data that you want. I imagine it is because the self struct is like recreated behind the surface or under the surface. Yeah, self has a purpose. It's just you shouldn't assign self into anything, right? You should treat it as a structure that is only for read access. So, well, let's see. There's the thing. Still stuck on these labyrinths. What should we do here? The plan of making one fancy one and reusing that all the time does sound appealing. Well, yeah, I'll give you what you were doing kinda made sense. I will argue don't tickle the dragon, as in don't rely on GameMaker to work properly, but or rather don't rely on unspecified behavior. Also only use that data that you need, but yeah, you weren't completely wrong, I'll give you that. So you know what I'm also thinking here? Well, I'm kind of torn, yeah? I'm torn between this would have to make sense, it would be plausibly believable that this is a real building, It's working how Game Maker says it works. Yeah. Yes, I suppose. I haven't dug into that, so I'll believe you. So I want this labyrinth to be a building logically, but at the same time I want it to be interesting in gameplay, and being interesting for gameplay takes precedence. So I mean, to begin with, we can make the rooms smaller. How much longer am I streaming? Not a lot. Let's see. Maybe I can catch Clovey being on. They usually start just after I finish. And raiding Clovey is a national sport, so I'd like to do it. And I'd like to... Time change made it harder for you to catch streams. Yeah. Well, right now it is 1:30. So, the good news is, right, in time, America will catch up. There's always a 2-week window, so I think next week, time will be back to normal. Which will be good. I think, therefore, what I would like to do is at least have an idea of what I'm doing with this minigame. So, what I can do to start with is I can make these smaller, and here I actually need to be very specific for an exact reason. Like, these walls need to be specifically aligned. The doors need to be a specific width, and the walls need to be aligned like on the line that is parallel to them and on the line that is orthogonal to them. There's a reason for that, don't worry about it. So on the line and following the line that is parallel. You had a sound change already. Well, so did we. So what is going on? I don't know. Right, let me make this line down here. So this needs to be 2, 4, 6 pixels long, which means we need something like so in order to catch it. 2, 4, 5. So a hazard needs to be able to fit into the hole. Of course, I could make the hazard smaller, though not a lot. In yours was March 9th. That's actually after hours. Also, what? You had... Oh, sorry, March 9th. Yeah, that was way before us. Maybe we do that. Not feeling it, no. So, what's currently inside Toraka's brain is we can at least make the maze more interesting by adding more walls. Because so you get so many charges to neutralize obstacles, such that you can go through this many hazards, right? That's the idea. And adding more walls, even if there's not a way to go around, right? We could open this hole here even if there's not a way to go around, there are now 2 places where a hazard can be in here, which means we can put a hazard into both places here and make that path less attractive than going around. There's the basic idea. But yeah, I suppose that's just that. And I'm kind of feeling just making a single maze that is interesting. Because otherwise we'll be here literally forever. So let's see. It needs to be on the line that is orthogonal to it. Like so. And it needs to be precisely 6 squares tall, like so. So open it over there. Then this path can lead you. I suppose there's not too much point thinking too hard about it. Like this path leads into a side room like so, which is closed off from here. Sorry, that is not correct. We need to leave little lips. Also, this is... Can you tell why I don't want to do this? So, we go down like so, and then something like that. Then make it over here. 3, 6, 7, that's one too many. 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 6, yes. And both logically speaking and in order to make the gameplay more interesting, there would be another wall blocking us off here. So I don't want to make this fully connected, right? I don't want to also make a door open here and one here. We need kind of a decent measure of variance. That being said, I also, at the same time, I want cross-off paths. So I think this would be a good one to put it right here. Yeah. This way, we've got these many paths. You can go around the top up here, or you can go through the middle, both reaching this point. You can also go around and into here, if that allows it to avoid hazards better. Right. Yeah. So, leave the wall up here, but open this up like so. And what would I like to show off? Well, I need to enlarge this, I believe. Land for the music club is the one that we are working on. This needs to be full size now. Down 20, and now this needs to be transferred into the game, because I can't perfectly well show this off right now, but how it's going to work is the game will ask you, hey, draw a line from start up here to the finish down here. Yeah? And how it's going to check that is very simply you can't draw over walls. But it's not just you're not allowed to, it's you physically can't. You can't draw over a wall or an unsolved hazard. So, consequently, because you can't go through walls, you're not going to be able to connect a line if you don't properly use your hazard solvers if you don't properly use your helpers. Simple as, yeah? But that does mean that I need to prevent you from drawing over the wall. Which means I gotta stop you from doing that. And that means that I need to translate this into the game, because image is one thing, but it's not like I can feed the image into some kind of script which is going to look at each of the pixels and decide whether it is black or white, whether it should be part of a wall, and collect all of the walls into a point and then output code to perfectly tell me where each of the walls is. That would be ridiculous. Which is why I made exactly a script like that. It is too expensive to run at like runtime, but we don't need to, right? We don't need to run this script while the game is being played. We can just run it once. So escape artistry plan music club small 1, and oh, it's thinking for a sec. It is thinking. There we are. And now we can take the fruit of our labor. This might be slightly busted, I might have to look at this, but hey, it was working well last time that I tried it. It might be busted. Well, the fundamentals of it hold, right? This is just a whole bunch of it. Yeah, this is entirely too much code. There are not that many lines in this drawing. Right, so I suppose what we might have to do is we might have to... Oh wait, I think I'm a big old baka. I'm not supposed to do this with the large version, I'm supposed to do it on the small one. Oopsie. Right, do it again. There it is. You may note, instead of having to think for several seconds, it did it like so. So, and object room handler, escape, artistry. We have this entire thing, yep, which is just a big old list of where each line starts and ends. And we can now stuff this in. Function create exclusion points for music club, returns an array with these positions. These are where the walls start and stop. Because I will be damned if I do that by hand, so I made the computer do it for me. The anthem of the software engineer. Sophie apparently not streaming today. Boo! Hate it. Hate it. Well, I'm gonna fiddle with the labyrinth for a bit. Then I suppose we're gonna find someone else. Maybe it's gonna be Mr. D-Boy, maybe not. Let's see. Right. But I'm kinda still on that plan, right? I'm kinda still on the plan to make a single good maze And then what we can do within that is we can just move the hazards. In fact, let's see, delete you because we don't want you anymore. We can move the hazards. Now, for this we need to be careful, because so far there's precisely one handmade layout of hazards which is guaranteed to be possible. We could put these about randomly, but, well, what if you have precisely 2 helpers and every single entrance, like, let's say both of the exits of the scene are blocked, though as it so happens, the exits of the scene are never blocked, because that would be in direct sight of what you have just done. That would be in direct sight of your special mission, so that doesn't make sense, does it? This is supposed to be a secluded area. So, those are never blocked, but, you know, imagine all of the exits are blocked here, so that's -1 helper, and then also the exit is blocked, and these exits here are blocked, and you've only got 2 helpers, and you need to solve 3 hazards. Hey, it's the menu music. So, leaving it up to chance, leaving the computer to generate it, would be icky. Icky. That would kind of suck. Unless we teach a computer how to do it. But at that point, right, we would then need to implement pathfinding. And listen, I am a professional who loves to tinker. I have implemented A* many a time over. That wouldn't be the issue. That would be simple enough. But we need, we would not only need some way of navigation, we would also need some way to check, like, well, where is it that we can go, where is it that we can't. So, probably the best way to go about this would be to divide this into sections. Yeah, you would have sections like 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, and you would actually, this is kind of possible. Oh my god. You would then have, like, you would say, is there a path between section 1 and 6? In which case, this would be section 6. So if I want to go from section 1 to 6, well, I can do what's called, like, surely a navigation graph is a known quantity in game making, right? If I say I can build a navigation graph, you know what I'm talking about, right? Right? Well, basically, if I put down the elitist words, it just means I can say to the program, okay, from section 1 you can go to 2 or you can go to 4. There are doors between those. Consequently, since you can go from 1 to 2 and you can go from 2 to 6, you can also go from 1 to 6, because that's how that works. Right? Once made a text-based game that did the same thing. Yeah, this is at this abstract level, this is super common. And I think that might just be the way that we want to go about it. Because there are multiple paths that we can take here. We can, if for whatever reason we wanted to desperately go from 1 to 6, well, there are many paths. We can go 1, 2, 6, we can go 1, 4, 5, 6. And it would be advantageous if we make this not as a graph but as a tree. So that, sure, strictly speaking, you can also go from 1 back into 3, then you can go here or here, and you know, all that stuff. And all of that results in a bunch of distinct paths that you can make, like you can list them up, or you can have the computer generate them, because let's be real here. But ultimately it just results in you can reach everywhere from everywhere. But probably what we'd want to do is make this as a tree. No, not necessarily. But yeah, I see how we can do this. So why are we doing this, right? We are doing this because we want to go from start to end. So while our path may be circuitous, that is, we might have to go through and like avoid number 3, so we have to go through around like so, then dip into this storage closet here and go around like so. We might have to do that. But we can always move forward. And so we always want to be pointed towards the end. It may be profitable to start at the end anyway, but that's an implementation detail. So this may be like whichever way we go about it. Start to end, yeah? And as we go, we can say, we can Dijkstra it, yeah? We can say, where can I go from start? Well, I know that there are connections directly from start to 1 and to 3. Are there hazards there? Yes, no, maybe. Right? So in this case I can say, well, I can go from start to 1 and to 3 without encountering a hazard, and if we turn hazards back on, I can find, oh, from 1, well, I can go to 4 without encountering, while countering a hazard, because there's a hazard in here, or I can go to 2 without. Right. But I can then think, countering hazards sucks. I want to avoid doing that. So, instead of looking at 4, first I'm gonna keep going from 1 and I'm gonna look at 2. Okay, I've got a straight shot free of hazards, and I can then go around like so, and then I find, oh, I now have a path to 4 that gets us there with 0 hazards. Which means, and then we can continue exploring, and in this case, there is no path through the labyrinth that doesn't counter at least 1 hazard. But we can continue exploring, and eventually we're gonna find, okay, I can go to all of these sectors while countering 0 hazards. At this point, I gotta pick a hazard to counter and move on. So, I then look, I remember, right, from 1 I could have gone to 4 while countering a hazard. Is that advantageous? Well, I'm gonna think and say, actually I can get to 4 with 0 hazards countered. So no. That's not good. Right? So I'm not gonna continue this path any further. I'm not gonna think about what I could do if I go to 1, then 4 from here on out, because I can just go around and save myself this hazard. So I don't continue exploring from here. But out of sector 7, I can go to sector 8 while countering 1 hazard. And then I find, well, I can go to here while countering only 1 hazard. I can go to here while countering 2 hazards. Or I can go to end while countering 1, and well, at that point I'm gonna stop because I have found the most efficient path. Or if we go like so, if we go through here, into here, we find, okay, I can get here with 1 hazard countered, I can go here with 1 hazard countered. But at this point I would need to counter 2 hazards, and that sucks. So I'm gonna think about some other stuff first. Then we're gonna check this hazard and find, well, it doesn't get us anywhere new. It doesn't open a more efficient path. And that's the beauty of Dijkstra, is you always find the most efficient path because you explore your paths in order of efficiency. It doesn't work for everything, but it is a really good way to explore a graph. And so I can find, okay, this gets me here, but at this point I would have to counter 2 hazards, so I will remember that I can go here, right? Once we have gone to the bottom left, we're still gonna remember, okay, I could now go here with 2 hazards, or I could go here with 1 hazard countered. And then here I look, wow, I could go over here with 2 hazards countered, I could go over here with 2 hazards countered. But that sucks. And I still have 1 path that I remember. I have another option. I remember from 7 I could go somewhere else with 1 counter. And so I'm gonna first think about that. So it is efficiency by ordering. And in this case, in some situations, like you can construct a problem such that it matters where you have done what. But that only matters if you go back on yourself. For instance, if I said you need to visit every single sector, then it matters which hazard you counter. But in this case, we only want to go from start to finish, so Dijkstra is perfect for us. By the way, for anyone who wants to look this up, there's your keyword. It is spelled with a J because he was Dutch, I think? Also, what was Dijkstra's first name? I don't know. Edsker. Edsker W. Dijkstra. Who was a Dutch computer scientist, programmer, software engineer, mathematician, and science essayist, and really, really important. You should know who Dijkstra is. Wanted to get back to streaming myself. Well, yourself. Been a bit absent. Start streaming yourself. Yeah. Go ahead, my dude. I am going to let that be that at this point. I'll say. Yeah, I think we are going to check in with Mr. D-Boy. See if he's made progress on his tutorializing. But if I may sum up, once again, explaining something helped me learn. It helped me think through the problem. Rubber duck debugging. It works. So it helped me get my head around this problem. Because the ultimate end of this is I can divide the maze, I can make one maze, divide it into sectors, and then have the game think not placing handmade arrangements of hazards, but have the game pick where they go. So that the game can generate some arrangements and think, okay, is there a path through this maze that takes all of your helpers but no more? So is it possible if you think? And using Dijkstra pathfinding, we don't need to concern ourselves with how the maze actually looks. We only need to concern ourselves with which sectors are connected with which. And because there's no point going back on ourselves, Dijkstra does this perfectly. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna polish this maze, make it shiny, and then tomorrow we are going to implement a Dijkstra mechanism, which is going to place these hazards around the maze. Right. But as for me, I am dying of starvation. I went slightly longer than I intended, but that's okay. It was fun and we made a lot of progress today, so it's all good. I will be heading off for today. Thank you all so much for hanging out, watching, chatting, doing all the things that you do. I'll be live again tomorrow. Tomorrow, 9 AM Central European Time, so 5 hours before now in your local time. And we are going to Dijkstra the heck out of this. But because of course we will. For context, there's almost no personal project that I've made which didn't involve at some point using Dijkstra's algorithm to solve a graph. And Hit Idle certainly won't be the first. Hit Idle certainly will not be the first project not to include Dijkstra. But that's cool. That is a solution to a problem that I've long since procrastinated. So, thank you for watching. We'll be back tomorrow. Make sure to give Mr. D-Boy your love. Dirty as that sounds, but his account is named Mr. D-Boy, okay? Yes, we all get it. See you at some point in the future. Bye.